both?
I get two.
This one's like,
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is now 5:30, and I will call this regular City Council work session to order. Our work sessions are informal, but we're still in a global pandemic environment, and tonight's meeting is being conducted both in person and online. Members of the public may attend in person if they like, or the public can watch this meeting online at burnsvillemn.gov/meetings or on Comcast Channel 16 or 859. The public can also participate through Zoom by joining us at zoom.us/join or by calling 651-372-8299. And more information is available on our meeting webpage and in the council agenda packet. If Zoom meeting attendees experience issues, we ask you to leave the meeting and log back in. That usually resolves the issue. Okay, we will now move on to our first item on the agenda. And because there she is, we have Council Member Kara Schultz is in the airport. And so we're moving item 7 up to item number 1. And then the other items will fall in place. So item number 1 is the COVID-19 response, considering reducing 2021 to 2022 on-sale liquor license fees. And presenting this evening is our city clerk, Ms. Collins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In your background, you did find a table of what it would look like if you wanted to reduce the liquor license fees by 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months. We also had a survey in the background, and this was a brief survey that was done just in a couple of days to pull together what some other cities have done. What cities are looking at reductions for 2021 and on top of the information that we had from 2020. What we found was that 2 cities are currently looking at 6-month reductions for 2021. However, we did notice that both of those cities, neither of those cities had made a reduction in 2020. I stand for any questions.
Any questions so far? Okay. So, Councilmember Keeley, one of the things that you had asked for is to forgive the 21-22 license fees for our restaurants and bars.
that's correct, Madam Mayor. That is my proposal from our last meeting. I just want to cite that the background has been great, and I appreciate staff pulling that together very quickly. There are many cities that are, because this is a July 1st renewal, that are tackling this topic over the next 30 to 60 days. So there's a lot of people that haven't done anything yet, but they haven't made that decision yet of what they're going to do, if anything, in many cases.
I know, I looked at all of them, and, you know, we were the most generous, if you say, in
Proactive and responsive to our business
2020?
community.
Yes, and so when I see what the other cities did in 2020 compared to what we did, we were very generous, and the others didn't. And then when I look at what they're scheduling for 21, and there's a lot of none, they're not doing anything.
Well,
Edina is doing
not
50.
as of yet. Let's put it that way.
Well,
The
but
decision, in many cases, hasn't even been made yet. So it's based on the timing.
But the
I don't
renewal,
wanna-
when you look at the renewal date, it's coming up. So does that mean that we're much more efficient than them?
Well, I think we're making it a bigger priority, and I think, you know, when you think about, just go back to last year, and who led not only the county, but I believe the state, when it came to small business grants. Most of these cities just followed the deed model and kept it very restrictive, kept it limited to 10,000. Who was bold and led the way and actually set an example that many other cities then followed? It was the city of Burnsville. And so when it comes to this, you know, for those cities that didn't do anything with their liquor license last year, all I can say is shame on them. I mean, my gosh, that was pretty insensitive for them to basically charge a full license fee to bars and restaurants that were just getting obliterated by the pandemic. So shame on them for lack of action. Some of them are taking that up this year. We'll continue to lead. From my perspective, I believe that that what we should do, and I, as I said last week, is I think the depth of the problem is so severe that I believe we should waive the entire year. But I have an alternative that I think the council may find more favorable. Given all the circumstances, I think that I would propose that we waive 50% of the 2021-22 fee, ask them to pay only half of the remaining 50% by July 1st, and pending the outcome of our America Rescue Act funds, if these fees end up falling within revenue that can be used by those funds to backfill, then we waive the remaining balance for those. So they'll end up, if we can be backfilled by the other portion or by the American Rescue Act funds, our license holder would ultimately then spend or have to pay a quarter of what the new year would be.
So-
It's probably, to be honest with you, Madam Mayor, I wish we'd have waived the entire year of 2020. We didn't. I proposed that several times. We ended up giving them
5 months.
a better discount than any other city did, but not nearly what I thought we had given them. I actually was under the impression that we had done more for them, but that's ultimately what we did. And I'm not trying to make up for that this year. I'm responding to the reality of speaking to many license holders
Yeah.
in the city of Burnsville over the last really 10 days to 2 weeks tops, finding out just how bad their situation still is. They're not out of the woods. And I don't want to put additional financial burden on them,
Yeah.
making it even more difficult for them to sort of get back
Yeah.
to some solid ground financially.
Yeah, so you're thinking along the same lines that I am in terms of looking at the 21-22 year. But I was thinking that we could incrementally go, so that we waive the first quarter while we're waiting for the guidance to come, which is mid-May. And then we can take a look and go on. The other thing is that there's 28 billion or 27 billion for the independent restaurants in the SBA grant program.
28.6 billion, Mayor?
Yeah.
I believe it's the number.
28.6. So the other thing is that we could, as I had written to all of you after I had all of this and talked with Melanie, that we could be a clearinghouse and helping our people access these funds, because it's a grant. It's not something they need to pay back. But to access these grants, and we work with the Chamber of Commerce and have people help them write these grants, and we just send them in. As soon as the landing page is up and running, we can get that done, and so that they can access those grants as well, so that we can help them also continue to move to sustainability and thriving. But like you, I was thinking, okay, let's do this very thoughtfully, because we don't know how the flexibility, if we are forgiving fees, whether that is a lost revenue that we can get. But if it becomes that we can use these funds to backfill what we're doing with, that we did in 2020 and in 2021, we can give them a credit for the first quarter of 22 license year, and then come back and just have staff. Once we have a good understanding of everything, we can do that, but at the same time, work to get them the money from the SBA, because there's 27 billion there for them.
From what I hear, you're saying you're proposing a 25% reduction. I'm proposing a 50%.
But I'm not saying no. I want to just know that I'm just trying for us to be common sense and thoughtful about what is eligible lost revenue.
Well, and let's also keep in mind, the new numbers that we're getting are now 6.9 million from the feds.
That's
half
right.
of that this year and half next year. So there's a substantial amount of money coming to the city that could easily accommodate the entire 242,000 of waive fees. What I'm proposing is a compromise, understanding that not everybody on this council wanted to help the bars and restaurants as much as I did and maybe others. I'm suggesting a compromise at 50% waived for the 2021-22 year and 25% paid by July 1st, and the other 25% predicated on whether the American Rescue Act can backfill those funds, and if it can, then that remaining 25% is waived. In a sense, we're giving them a 75% discount on the fees this year. It's quite frankly what I wish we would have done last year, but the pain is still being suffered out there, and the benefit will still be helpful.
See, so last year, we waived the fees, but we also gave them $20,000.
Yeah, and I hope we come up with
You know,
another
so-
grant
so
program,
we
because
get- we-
as you well know, Madam Mayor, when you're a restaurant owner and you've lost
Yeah.
$780,000 in 1 year,
Yeah.
$20,000 grant is a nice way of a city helping, but they're nowhere near out of the woods. They're in
No.
a deep, deep hole that's going to take them years to dig out of. I don't want to add to that hole by charging fees for a license or even debating how much it should be. I mean, we're just throwing them some crumbs, but it's what we can do because we license them for the liquor license. There's a fee that we control. There isn't that many fees that we can control for existing businesses that are harmed as bad as our hospitality industry, like hotels. We don't license them, so there's nothing really we can do for them other than offer them a grant.
Yeah.
In the case of bars, restaurants, we have control over that license fee and how much we charge. And so I would still rather see 100% waiver from 21-22, period, end. I mean, if there's enough council support for that, I would still stick with that. But I'm trying to bring a compromise to the table that I believe is certainly very reasonable.
Okay,
I have a
anybody else?
question. Yeah,
I'll
Dan?
go to Kara first. I don't know when she has to hop on that plane. Kara, your thoughts?
Okay, I do support the 100% for the year. So that would be a second person that is in favor of that. However, if we don't have enough council support for that, I do support the proposal that Councilmember Keeley has put forward. I definitely agree. There's not a ton that we can do. I wish there was, but this we can do. So I think we should do it.
Okay, Councilmember Gustafson.
I actually support a quarterly look at this. If we do this now and give them the first quarter, by May 12th is when we're gonna know what's going on. We can come back in May after we know if we can backfill or not and extend it out further or figure out different ways to get it done. But I think we need to take it careful here. I like the idea of us creating some sort of clearinghouse, not just for the bars and restaurants, but for
all
our
our
residents
small
and our businesses.
businesses.
I talked to so many
Yeah.
people, they don't know how to navigate all this
Yeah.
money that comes from the feds.
Yeah.
And I've talked, so many didn't apply last year because they didn't know what the heck was going on.
Yep,
And we're the closest to the people at the city level, and I think through our EDA or something like that from our economic development group, we could create something that
Yeah.
would help people so we have long-term solutions with them and to get us through, because we're gonna be playing with this for the next couple of years. We all know that.
well,
And so how do we help them learn how to fish, I guess, is what it is,
Yeah.
and make things happen.
well, as you all know, when I wrote to all of you and included the Chamber of Commerce because they're our partner and leader and the school district, you know, having a clearinghouse and talking with our city manager, Mescali, you know, it's something we can do. And if we can help them with these grants and navigate and get a lot of that money, then it's not just our bars and restaurants that we're helping, but the other small businesses that also need that. But actually, the 28 billion is just for independent restaurants, right? If I remember that correctly?
I printed this out, Madam Mayor, just because I thought it would be helpful for me to have this.
It's for independent.
Direct relief for the restaurant industry through the creation of a grant program. So
Yeah.
we're waiting for additional guidance on that as well. It's part of the overall.
I do have another question.
Yeah.
If we're doing something like this, are we going to extend it to the new liquor licenses. We have 3 of them coming up next week, I think, or in a couple of weeks.
Yeah,
Does that get extended to the new licenses that are coming to town, or the new businesses expected to pay full fare while the incumbents don't pay?
Yeah, I'll go to our city clerk, Ms. Collins.
Councilmember Gustafson and Mayor, the projections that were in your background include the 3 new licenses.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, so, but they're new, they didn't suffer through 2020, and so they're
Right.
new, so are we?
It's still kind of a cost of entry
Yeah,
if I'm competing with Vince.
yeah,
And he's got a bar that's already in place, and I'm down the street, and I have to pay full fare, and he doesn't. He does have a competitive advantage against me for that 1 year, except I can bring in music and things like that.
okay,
Make my own music.
There you go.
okay, Councilmember Workman.
Can I get just a quick recap on our timelines that we're talking about right now? Councilmember Keeley mentioned something in July. It sounds like right now we're at a difference of percentage points in what we're willing to waiver right out of the gate, more so than anything. I think everybody here wants to help, but we're all have a different degree of risk tolerance on how much we want to help right out of the gate. So, Councilmember Keeley, can you reiterate what your timeline was regarding July?
Well, the renewal, the first payment normally is made in May or June for the July 1st license period, the start of it. And so that's really what I was referring to with,
Oh.
paying by July, it's like by July 1st. So there would be,
Would credit them.
To July.
well, they're paid through June right now. I mean, they are paid. So in the coming new 12-month period, there is a payment that's due before July 1st. And then in the past, as you, in the background noted, they could pay the other half. Say they could pay half by July 1st and the other half by September or something like that, or that's what we did last year. So I'm suggesting that we just waive 50% of the fee. So if you're paying $8,300, you're going to pay $4,150. And half of the $4,150 would be due by July 1st. The other half would be
In September.
due in September, except if our American Rescue Act funds qualify us to cover those, then I say waive it. And in a sense, then, if that happens, the bar restaurant owner will be paying only that 20, whatever that number was, the half of the half, 25% of the 8,300, right, for the next 12-month period.
Okay, and then the other alternative is waiving 25% and then keeping it on that quarterly schedule. I'm happy to do this. Let me just get my thoughts in order here. To me, I can tolerate a 50% drop right out of the gate. We've talked about this a little bit at our last meeting, but even restaurants that can get to 75% occupancy still can't get to 75% occupancy just based on the size of their restaurants. And I can probably think of a few right away that are probably still struggling despite the dial turning back, or forward rather. I'm very proud that Burnsville hosts many independently owned restaurants. I don't have a problem with franchise restaurants, but I think it's one of the things that draws people here is that we have so many unique places to eat that aren't anywhere else. So I'm comfortable with a 50% right out of the gate and then monitoring the federal program to see if this is an eligible expense. That's also not to say that we shouldn't be pushing our restaurant owners towards that SBA idea. I think we should keep our foot on the gas with that, because if it's not for fees, there's probably a lot of money there for other expenses that could assist them as well. So I think we should kind of compile all of these ideas into one plan here and execute that, while still monitoring what this program is going to allow for when we receive it.
Okay, so it appears that we're going to go with 50% right out of the gate, but let's make sure that we continue to monitor Treasury and what that flexibility means and what is lost revenue means and so forth. So that should come to us mid-May is what we heard from Treasury. Melanie? Yeah.
Madam Mayor, absolutely, and I wanted to note, Councilmember Schultz has her hand raised, so
Yeah.
she perhaps wants to make a comment.
Yeah.
We expect Treasury to make some guidance by May 12th or thereabouts, mid-May, you said. And, you know, we expect that's gonna be, you know, ongoing, you know, it's gonna be continuing to develop. You know, if the council is interested in waiving fees or reducing fees or having that conversation, the renewal, the timeline is for July 1st through June 30th. We could have flexibility on when we collect those fees.
Yeah.
So right now, I think the renewal letter calls for paperwork to be due back to us by May 7th or thereabouts. We want to make sure we have that paperwork from our licensees. We want to make sure we can process their renewal, but we could take a council's direction on what that fee structure that we take upon renewal looks like. So we do have some flexibility.
Yeah, and the thing is, for me, we all want to help our restaurants and our businesses, all of our businesses. How we do that is what we need to do, and that's why I think having a clearinghouse here at City Hall, with the partnership with the chamber and others, then we can have people who can help them with the grants, but also because we know where the pockets of monies are going to be. Well, I'll be very diligent about really understanding where the pockets of money is throughout the whole federal system. And that'll help all of our businesses, not just one. I'm going to go to Kara first, and then I'll come back to you. Okay, Councilmember Schultz.
You know, my only comment is I did want to commend the mayor on this idea on doing the clearinghouse. That is going to be so incredibly helpful to our businesses. And also thank you to staff for thinking of how we're going to do this and working with the chambers. So thank you, Mayor, for that suggestion. I love it.
Yeah, thank you. Well, you know, as long as we know that there's funds there, we might as well work for our city. I want our businesses and our residents to access those funds. It's there. And so let's make sure, I like money coming home.
All of us do.
Yeah. So as long as it's there, let's make sure we're taking care of everyone. I'll go to Councilmember Gustafson and back to City Manager
I
Lee.
just want to make sure that we're all in agreement that we want to start a clearinghouse along with what we're doing.
Yeah.
Is that what I'm hearing from the rest of the council?
Yeah, City
Yeah,
Manager?
that's a different
And
subject
that's-
altogether, but I agree 100% with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not just for bars and restaurants, but for
Yeah,
our community.
yeah. City Manager Lee?
Madam Mayor and Council, I think we've talked high level on this, and you've used the word clearinghouse before, Madam Mayor. I'm gonna have to give some thought and talk with our staff about what that looks like, how do we pull that together. So, details will need to come, you know, I don't know exactly what that's gonna look like yet, so
Yeah.
thank goodness we have some time.
Yeah. And
Next
the
week,
other,
okay.
yeah, and the other thing is that, you know, working with the Chamber of Commerce and also with SCORE. SCORE has a lot of
Yeah, they
great
do.
volunteers who can help. So as long, and all we have to do is provide space and people. And now that we can do things on Zoom, people can meet with businesses and whatever that is, because once those landing pages are fired up and running, then we can do that. Okay, did you have another comment, Councilmember Schultz? Okay, Councilmember Keeley.
Okay, I just want to address City Manager Lee's point about the payments. I think it's, you know, my suggestion was a 25% around July 1st. Any kind of deferral that can be very helpful to a small business, bar and restaurant.
Yeah.
You know, looking at, I don't want them to have to pay 50% all at once, number one. Still go back to my suggestion that it's
So it is
25%.
about, it's 25 and 25.
Well, yeah, 25%, and then the other 25% potentially waived if we can backfill the funds, but that second payment, and even the first payment, if we can defer that, that's huge to a small business.
Yeah.
To not have to shell out right now, any kind of large checks. Again, Councilmember Workman pointed out very well, many of these small and medium-sized businesses have yet to add any more guests with the recent executive order. They are limited by social distancing, which confines their number to be what it is. And many of them are at 25 to 35% of their capacity. So going to 50, they never got to 50, and going to 75 didn't do a thing for them. They're still just running on shards of financial, stability, and they're waiting for the 100% order to come through, because that's the only way that, without the social distancing, that's the only way they're actually going to go beyond the 25 to 35% that most of them are actually at right now. So any kind of terms that we are willing to do, even if we push the 25% on July 1st out for 90 days, is a huge help to these businesses.
Yeah. Councilmember Gustafson.
I agree with you, Councilmember Keeley. Can't we just waive the fees till the end of the year, and then the first payment due is January 1st? We can do that, can't we? And then that gives the bars and restaurants the summer, which hopefully things will hopefully loosen up a bit more. The fall season, which is the best season in the bar industry.
Yeah, and going into
Right
Christmas.
through the holidays, and that's where they make all their money, is this fall. And let them try and build that nest egg up and then come back.
City Manager Mescoli.
Madam Mayor and Council, we can do all sorts of things. We can do all sorts of things. I'm gonna look to our city clerk, because there are some of the fees that are part of the renewal that are not ours, that they are.
It's a state,
So I don't recall exactly what those are.
yeah. Ms. Collins.
City Manager Lee and Council, that's correct. We do have the $200 Sunday on sale. That fee is set by the state. The city does not get to set that fee.
They still have to pay that because it's a state fee.
And they
Correct.
pay it we're just the clearinghouse for that, and it's passed on to the state? Or are we collecting
I
and
don't
keeping it?
collect those
don't.
dollars,
We
so I'm
don't
not
collect.
exactly sure how it's
Okay.
handled on the back end. But the other is the investigation fee of $75 for the renewal and the investigation fee. So I would think that any investigation fee and the $200 at minimum would need to be collected. And then we would need to be,
Yeah.
and then, so we're thinking that potentially the 50% of the 8,100 would be collected before January 1st.
Yeah,
Yeah,
We can
I
always-
think if we can do that, and maybe if it needs to get into our system before
Yeah.
the end of the year, that it's
Well,
by December
because-
31st, but that's a
Yeah.
huge benefit, and I appreciate that, Councilmember
Yeah.
Guston, that's a great idea to defer that to later in the year when they have.
well, we'll have that
the ability.
discussion also, and remember, we're having budget discussions starting in June. So we can take a look at all of that. But yeah, if we're looking at 50%, then you go first quarter, second quarter, and that takes us to the end of December.
So the net is, if I'm a full liquor license holder, and I've been around, I'm not brand new, I would have a financial obligation of $275, 200 for the Sunday, 75 for my background
Yeah.
check, due in May or June or whatever the normal time is. And then
And that's all.
all of the fees would be deferred till later, the
Yeah.
other 50%.
Yeah,
That's a great idea.
well, but that's what we're saying, quarter and quarter, yeah. So.
So we're basically saying the.
We're
first
all
two quarters
saying
are
the
there.
same thing. We all want to help our restaurants and bars, but we want to help all of our businesses and also our residents, because I know we've been looking at some of our residents will have some money for rental, rent relief. So we need to make sure that they also know where those pockets of monies are located so that they can apply for it. And so those are some of the things that we need to get done. So, Ms. Mascali, City Manager, do you have the directions of the council?
Yeah, I think I do, Madam Mayor and Council, that you do not want any liquor license fees during renewal to be charged through 2021. At this point, we will bring it back to the
first quarter.
council later in the year, and we'll get more guidance as the year goes on with the ARPA or the federal aid, so. And then I'll do some investigation with my team on this clearinghouse concept and some of our partners and see what that could possibly look like and report back to the council.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, I'll go to Councilmember Gustafson and then Councilmember Keeley, you want to wrap it up?
I think Mac had her hand up too.
Councilmember?
I think we would serve our bars and restaurants well by letting them know that we are going to continue with our policies for the outdoor patios and the things that they've done this last year to give them more capacity
Sure.
so that they can do things and
Yeah.
go from there so that they don't worry. But I've already had questions from a couple as whether they're gonna be able to do it again this year, and it's like, yeah.
Absolutely.
Talk to the
I
council,
mean,
but I
we're
think so.
still, I believe that we're still in a COVID environment,
yeah.
and as long as we're in a COVID environment, those practices need to stay
I
intact.
just think it'd be good to let the restaurants and bar owners know that they can
Yeah.
do some of those things.
Agreed.
I'm going to go to City Clerk Collins.
I just want to make sure we were clear. We're going to collect the second half by December 31st, so it's still collected in this year,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Correct.
That's
Okay.
Under
plan.
this
That's
scenario
the
right
plan.
now, yes.
Okay,
Councilmember Schultz has a comment.
Oh.
Councilmember Schultz?
Are you coming back to me then?
Yeah. So I have
I
a,
love the mention about the patios and the signage and the other things that we said that businesses could do during this time. Absolutely, I'm in favor of continuing that and letting our
Yeah.
businesses know that that will be continued. I would love to see those things be a permanent change. I don't see that there's been any harm at all that has happened. And in fact, I think those are the things that we have discovered that we can do. And those are things to keep and carry forward. So I'm on board with having this be permanent.
yeah, okay. Well, but right now, we're in a COVID environment, and we'll continue to keep intact all of those decisions that we made due to the pandemic. Okay, so here's the lineup of folks that I'm going to go to. Councilmember Keeley, City Manager Mescauli, and then Councilmember Workman. Councilmember Keeley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, so I just want to clarify what's going to be in the letter that goes to our liquor license holders.
Okay,
It's going to be explained very clearly. Let me help guide what that content says, if you wouldn't mind. That it's going to state very clearly that our 2021-22 fees have been cut in half by council action, and that the other half that we are still saying they would pay aren't due until December 31st, and that the only financial obligation they have in response to that letter by the due date is the background fee and the $200 Sunday sales.
Yeah, that's the state fee.
That's what the content of the letter, and then if you wanted to add into that, anything else related to this, the signs, I don't know that that's really the right place for it, but
Yeah.
that's what I would
Yeah.
expect to see after this discussion if I'm a liquor license holder.
Yeah, yeah, and I'm gonna go to City Manager Mescauli, because I think that's exactly the direction that we're given, and then so the letter will go out so they'll understand.
Yep.
But at the same time, let's make sure, while we're going through the budget process, and once we understand all of the guidance from Treasury, we'll have better understanding of all those other
Yeah,
things.
we're actually not gonna even bring that up in this letter, right? That's not part of this letter.
No,
It's
the letter
right.
is
Be
just
confusing.
clear for the first half of the 21-22 liquor license season, okay? City Manager Mescauli,
Yep, Madam Mayor and Council, I think we can craft a letter that accurately reflects the council's direction. I did want to say to Councilmember Schultz's comments at our last week's meeting, there is a question about those executive orders. Since last week, and this was actually on our one-on-ones for each of you this week, we have reviewed those. We have three executive orders that were issued as a result of the governor's the pandemic order, signage, the outdoor seating, and then there was the drive-through clinics. The signage, right now, we have it expiring, I'll call it, by the end of June. We didn't know how long the governor's orders would stay into effect. We expect we'll bring that back to you to go through the end of the year. With regards to the outdoor seating, we have loosened those restrictions up quite a bit, and it is on our, in the queue for review as part of our code review process,
Yep.
as well as with that drive-through clinic component as well. So we are watching those, and we have no intent to change those at this point. It probably makes good sense to clarify that with our licensees, so we can do that.
yeah, and it is a COVID environment, so that's all. Councilmember Workman,
Thank you. I just want to clarify one more thing. are we gonna wanna bring this back ahead of December 2021, officially or unofficially, for the second half of this? I noticed the conversation going the way of if these are all reimbursable through the federal program, there was some willingness to waive 100%, or are we comfortable just sticking at the 50 and then letting our city clerk collect the second half in December 21 and just kind of being done with this year's fee structure as far as this one goes?
Councilmember Gustafson.
I actually would be okay at looking at it down the road as we see how the environment is and what's going on.
Yeah.
To see if we need to do more
Yeah.
for next year, and if we can backfill, I'd be very open to all that, but it's,
Let's make sure we can,
make sure we,
yeah,
we put,
we can recoup.
exactly.
So we just told Michelle, go ahead and collect December 2021, but do we want to put a reminder in our phones for maybe November 2021 to bring this back to make sure everything is to do maybe a check-in on this to see where we're at by the middle of Q2?
As I understand
Yeah.
it, we're gonna do a quarterly review of this
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
plan right now,
Yeah.
but we haven't taken those other options off the table.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those are,
Yeah.
my
And
preference
that's-
would be, if those funds are backfilled, that we revisit the
other.
50%.
Yeah,
So that will be our trigger then. If these are reimbursable, then we'll meet, but if not, then we'll just let this
Right.
ride.
Then it would stay as
Yeah.
is. Right.
Okay.
yeah. Councilmember Keely.
Did I hit the button again?
Yeah, I think you did, but I think you probably,
Oh, I'm good. I did.
okay. So I
mistake.
think, City Manager, Ms. Coley, I think, and City Clerk Collins, we're all clear. Everything's clear, very good. So to our restaurants and bars, we all want to help you move from surviving to thriving. And this is a little thing that we can do. And on top of that, we're going to also help with some of the money that's in the federal system. So we'll help facilitate all of that so that they can access those funds. And because, you know, we have small businesses that also have been impacted. I think of people who are in the photography field, and when 2020, they did not have any photographs that they had to do for any of the students, weddings, and all of that. So they suffered a great deal, a lot of them. And I've heard from the ones who are here in Burnsville. And so, you know, I want to make sure that they too are taken care of. So there's a lot of these businesses that due to COVID, they couldn't operate. So let's make sure that we help all of our businesses and our people. So, and that's how the clearinghouse can help. But I think our restaurants and bars are going to be happy. Okay, are we all done with this?
We are.
And staff has good, clear directions. Safe travels, Councilmember Schultz. Bye-bye, go catch your plane.
Like she's in the baggage area.
Okay, good. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the Dakota County Highway 42 Visioning Study, and our city engineer, Jen Deserut, is presenting this item, and then she'll introduce our guests.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember. Tonight we have a couple of transportation-related items, so 2 regional studies. We'll start with the Dakota County Highway 42 update from Doug Berry. The city has been part of this study now for, I believe it's been about 1.5 years since we kicked it off. Been good partners with the county on this study, and have been part of the project management team meeting monthly to talk about the study and give input. So with that, I'll turn it over to Doug Berry, who is with Dakota County and the project manager for this project.
Welcome, Mr. Aberry. So, yeah, and during COVID, you still, in reading the background, is able to connect still through Zoom with people. So thank you so much. And thank you, Ms. Deserut, for our city engineer, Jen Deserut, for all of the work that she's done. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. It is an important partnership on this study. We're really pleased to be working with Burnsville and the other two cities. And Jen, you can go ahead and I'll introduce the presentation. Tonight, I'll give you a reintroduction and an overview, of course, of our status, our schedule, our goals, objectives. Pretty high level tonight. I'll give you some reporting on how we've worked with stakeholders and public outreach, which has been really during COVID almost entirely throughout this study. Of course, some highlights and some focus areas. I've got 3 focus areas in particular in Burnsville, and then and I'll take some time there, pause a few times to invite discussion at that point. And of course, we'll talk about what are the next steps, and we look forward to presenting again as we conclude this study later this year. You can go ahead, Jen. The corridor is just over 15 miles from Burnsville out to Rosemount. It has 29 signalized intersections, and that's part of the study context, is looking at traffic control and signals versus other approaches. I'll talk more about that in a moment. We are adding a signal in Rosemount being a bit of a change in terms of context. Development is moving east out there, and we're adding a signal at Akron Avenue, which is right next to Dakota County Technical College. That's construction this year. This study was previously, this corridor was previously studied with Scott County in 1999, and I know I'll be going into more on that on the next slide. As I move forward through this presentation, you'll hear references back to the 1999 study. This is a quick summary of what that looked like for Burnsville. I'm not going to get into the details in the lower part of that slide, but one of the main things to know is that we bought some time. If you look at what that study brought forward, forecasting traffic out to around 2020, we're currently riding in a range of about 20 to 50% lower than those forecasts. So we have not had to pursue the management of the corridor as aggressively as perhaps anticipated back at that time, but it's time for an update, and that's exactly what we're doing with this study. So as I said, I'll come back to references to the 1999 work and use that as a benchmark as I move forward. Go ahead, Jen. This graphic is a summary of some of the analysis that we've completed. You'll note at the top that we're really highlighting conditions now forecasting out to 2040. So as we look another 20 years ahead, what kinds of issues do we see? And we do have some current congestion issues and safety issues on the corridor. Safety, in fact, is really pretty much benchmarked on what we see existing. But we are looking at some forecasts for growth. And you can see that Burnsville has some challenges. So we have both safety and vehicle operation or capacity needs, and I'll talk about some of that as I focus on Burnsville. Also in Burnsville, on the bottom of the slide, you'll note the references to aging infrastructure and future development and redevelopment. There are aging signals and infrastructure on this corridor. There's a project that's coming soon to work on some of that with an overlay and other matters next year in 2022. But the other factor, of course, is the development and redevelopment. And I'll touch on that as I move forward through additional parts of the presentation tonight. Go ahead, Jen. The goals and objectives, I referenced the 1999 study. This is an update, of course. There's been a lot of planning associated with 2040, both at the county level, our transportation plan, your local comprehensive plans. And as we go through this study in terms of priorities in rough order, we really are focused on safety, congestion delay, access and related trade-offs. The tools that we are applying primarily apply at intersections. So that's an important factor in how we look at the corridor. Pedestrians, bicycles, and transit riders. This is somewhat new as an area of focus versus what was done 20 years ago. There are many opportunities on this corridor, and as you know, your redevelopment plan ties into that. At the end of the day, the real emphasis is what do we have in terms of options, the tools, the ideas that are ready and shown in this plan going forward. They're ready to use if and when needed as needs arise. So that's a key factor as we look at readiness for the future. You can go ahead, Jen. The process is illustrated here. We are into kind of the lower third, lower part of that chart. Now looking at possible problems and solutions, we've identified problem areas. I'm going to give you just a little preview of some of the solution highlights for the Burnsville area tonight. As we complete the study, again, it's managing Highway 42 based on a new vision and ready to invest when and where needed. So that's really an exciting element for Burnsville with the changes that you're looking at with development and redevelopment possibilities. As we go through this process, we're kind of looping through this evaluation, sharing, listening to questions and feedback, and I'll tell you more about our stakeholder process as we move to the next slide. We're working with a number of stakeholders on this study. We have a project management team that includes the 3 cities and MBTA. So transit is an element that we're bringing through this study, and there are some great opportunities, and MBTA is pushing forward with changes to service to enhance service on 42. We have a study advisory committee that broadens the reach of the conversation out to other regional agencies, including MnDOT, the Federal Highway Administration. We have representatives of your business chamber included on the advisory committee, and we've had some focus group meetings with business interests as well and with your chamber, so that's been very helpful, and the Metropolitan Council and other agencies. The County Planning Commission's involved, of course, the city councils in all 3 cities. This is something that we look forward to doing more of, and look forward to your support as we conclude this study through the middle of this year and into the fall. The county board, of course, for final adoption. So we're looking at both the participants in the process in a sense when you look at this chart. Also on outreach, with COVID, we of course have leaned heavily on online engagement. We hope that perhaps we can shift to some in-person opportunities, especially into the summer here. So we're going to be scoping that. However, the feedback that we've gotten has been quite impressive. We've had great participation. We have hundreds of voices involved in this study. And we've used a number of tools as kind of highlighted here, including some small group meetings through Zoom. So that has been an important element. I can come back later if you have questions about who we've heard from. Go ahead, Jen. There's a lot of information on this chart, but I think the main point is that we have received a lot of feedback. And if you look at it kind of in the gray blue larger portions of this chart, kind of thinking diagonally, you can see vehicle routes and automobile concerns are the largest part of this chart. But what I think is interesting is that the other half of it approximately deals with other modes. So pedestrians, bicycles, transit, other topics. We've had a lot of input on those types of things. And we've had some focus group work in those areas. So that's an exciting element of the context for 42. I tend to think of it as pretty unique as a major roadway, a principal arterial that also has these other activities along it. And I'll tell you more about that as I get into the focus areas in a moment. Looking at the entire 15 miles, this graphic just highlights some of the main supporting roadways out in the study area. So in all three cities, we're looking at issues of what the supporting roadway offers in the future. In Rosemount, some of it doesn't exist yet, so we're excited to work on that in terms of helping to plan ahead. You can see a couple dashed lines in Burnsville here, and I'll bring those up in some other slides here in terms of some of the work that the city has done and some things that we might have an opportunity to discuss as we look at managing access and traffic controls on 42 and how it may relate to supporting roadways even through development and redevelopment in your city. The graphic here is really dealing with some vocabulary of the study. I just want to make sure that you're assured that Highway 42 as it is today, in terms of the types of controls at most intersections, will be managed in a similar fashion going forward. The goal is always to manage conflict points. We can get into a lot of different examples of approaches to do that, but some of the main features are shown here, of course, signals and turn lanes and how they're configured at intersections. And then you're probably familiar with what we call a three-quarter intersection, which does not include a signal, but restricts movements in no left turns onto the arterial, right in, right out similarly, but in this case, no left turns whatsoever, either on or off. So you'll see these symbols that are shown here as I kind of move forward into the slides, and Jen can help me with that. I mentioned that I'd talk about the 1999 study and reference it back in. An important message is that most of our intersection guidance in the study will be similar to what it was in the adopted 1999 plan. What you see here in that bottom white bar are the types of intersection treatments that were proposed in 1999. And if you look on the left half of this slide, you'll see that they match very well with what's out there today. As you move to the right, we have some other ideas, or had some other ideas in 1999 that are still worth thinking about. And as I go to the first focus area, which is around Aldrich, you might note that in 1999 there was a proposal to look at a grade separation or using a bridge at that location, and we want to emphasize that we're continuing to look at ideas like that. I'll go forward into focus area 1 then, Jen. In this area, and on this slide, I wanted to make sure to give a wide view of the city's redevelopment vision. And as we looked at the context in Burnsville, we thought it's important to use the city's work as a reference point for the future, because we really do have a great partnership around these ideas. We don't know exactly how things are going to play out with redevelopment, as you're well aware. And the issue is to create planning that is ready for what comes and the needs as they arise. So Aldrich is really your main north-south corridor in your vision. And you also show the bike and pedestrian underpass just to the west of Aldrich. And we are looking at, in terms of opportunities, the opportunity to maybe combine some of those elements. And this is also the area where transit service plays in with the Orange Line extension and other elements. So we're looking at a few different factors in terms of how access and different factors can come together. High volumes here, the highest volumes on the corridor as we work toward the freeway interchange areas, and of course the issues with redevelopment. So this is a unusually complex area in the corridor. To try to keep the focus areas pretty simple tonight, though, to launch for further discussion later on in the study. There'll be a lot more details as we publish, of course. Go ahead, Jen. So a grade separation near Aldrich, and all I really want to do here on this slide is illustrate partly the opportunity that, as I mentioned before, we could combine the idea of a pedestrian and bicycle underpass with a simple crossing underneath, most likely Aldrich going underneath 42. And if you look at that bottom photo, you can kind of see the natural grade opportunity. You might know this if you've been out there, that 42 is higher with the land and the grade dropping off on either side and even into the Burnsville Mall, Burnsville Center development area. So there's a natural opportunity out here. So near Aldrich, at Aldrich, there could be opportunities for some redesign and working that into some refined planning as we look forward for Aldrich and redevelopment in this area. I think, actually, Jen, if you want to go back, I just want to pause on that, and we can go back or forward to other slides if there are questions about this particular element, because this is important. I want to, as I mentioned, stop on each focus area for a moment to see if there are questions.
Okay, Councilmember Keeley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate the presentation. When I see any kind of presentation that references something as dated as a 1999 plan, it tends to cause concern. Can you explain why that is still used and prevalent and part of your presentation, and has it been evolving or updated?
Yeah,
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council, as I mentioned, the methods, the tools, the types of access management are similar today. However, we do have new tools, new types of intersections, and that's part of the technical work and some of the modeling and analysis that we're doing in the background. We've shared that in more detail with your staff. The issue is that some of the approaches that we can come up with, we don't know how the future will unfold exactly in terms of the approach to traffic volumes, the redevelopment concepts. So it is similar to what we did in 1999 in that we want to prepare a template, a plan for how to manage 42. So that's really the main similarity. The differences are when we publish the documents and we look at some of the different approaches to intersections, there will be a few places where there's more complexity, higher volumes. This grade separation idea at Aldrich is an example of where the connections, some of the ways that an intersection would work do become more complex. And it's kind of beyond the scope of what I'm presenting tonight, but we'll have that in the study as a guide, basically.
So I want to also just piggyback to Mr. Arbery's comments about the 1999 study. And Commissioner Workman was here at the time, and we did the study. So the thing is, it works. What's going on now, it connects, because we needed to get traffic off of 42 from Savage going, and that's where we had Corporate Drive coming up to 143rd to the shopping center. So we're moving traffic that way. And on the north side, Preserve Drive, from Hamilton, I think it's Hamilton over in Savage, coming into Burnsville, and then you're taking traffic off of 42, and so those can go around, move towards 35 and all the others. So, and it connects to both South Cross and McAndrews. So those, and what I like is to see that we're continuing to look at some of that and making it move smoothly. The only thing, and I don't know if Commissioner Workman wants to comment, and there is a microphone there, because she was very much a part of this study back in that time. And we did all of that work, so, yep.
You can stand at the big microphone.
No. You can choose whichever microphone you want to
I
use,
have
Commissioner.
so many choices here.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, what I remember also, what the county did was they added, Doug, help me out with what you call them, but they were roads that were parallel to 42.
Yeah.
I can't remember what,
Backage or frontage roads?
frontage
frontage
roads, thank you.
roads. Yeah,
That also helped take
traffic.
the traffic off of 42. And that was a new concept back in 1999.
Yep, that's where Corporate Drive and Preserve,
Right,
on the north and the south.
yes.
Yeah,
Yep. So it was pretty wild, and I remember the meeting being downstairs because there were too many people to fit up here.
yeah.
So it was a very well-attended meeting.
Yes, it was. And I see Mr. Gressbach has joined us, and he was part of all of that study back then. Am I correct, Mark?
Madam Mayor, yeah, thank you. I inherited that study. I started just after that study was completed. And I think all those who have weighed in so far have done a nice job of addressing Councilmember Keeley's question. But I thought I would just add that really the study that was done has been our guide for County Road 42. And we have followed it very closely since that study was adopted. It was really a driving piece when we did segment 8 and reconstructed that about 12 years ago. So it's really the vision that the county and the cities along the corridor have used to manage our activities. And we've deviated a little bit where conditions have changed more than we anticipated. But that long range study and why, we're looking back 20 years and looking out another 20 with this new study is it sets the vision for us and it establishes common expectations and understanding of the approaches that the county will take to try and manage that corridor. So that was kind of our game plan. We've been implementing now for 20 years and it's time for an update.
Yeah. So, and because we did some things there also, I think it was South Cross, and it, instead of the traffic lights going, took those away, and we had right in and right out on some of those. But my questions have to do because because thinking about all the work that we're doing, I tried to cross 42 on Burnhaven. That is very difficult because it's one of the things that we've had pedestrians talk to us about that, and bikers. So are we going to have some kind of safe way to cross that huge expanse of 42? Because I had a difficult time. Matter of fact, I decided not to cross 42 because it just was not safe. I didn't feel safe. And it made me understand the complaints that we've had with some of our residents who do cross 42, whether that's from Chancellor Manor, on Irving going over to the Cub store. And you've seen those complaints that you and I, or else on Burnhaven going to the library, or from the library going to Costco. So,
Madam Mayor,
yes.
part of the overall vision for the Burnsville Center Village is to have a pedestrian underpass, which is shown here. And the location of that has always been fluid. We didn't really know where it would end up. On this, it's shown kind of near the entrance to the mall. But with what Doug is presenting, he's presenting a potential for combining that underground underpass with Aldrich, which then would be the safe place to cross in the future.
Yeah, and I know I've seen the beautiful concept that we have for Aldrich and that pedestrian and bicycle underpass.
Right. It was not in this plan intended to have vehicles, but by combining them, you get a much wider space for peds and bikes to not feel cramped in a tunnel. And so they'll get more natural light in there too. So it's another benefit to combining.
But are we going to do something at Burnhaven? That means, so if somebody wants to cross over at Burnhaven, they have to come to Aldrich to do that? So,
That's a good point, and so we probably have to take a look at other crossing locations in the corridor.
Irving and Burnhaven, when I tried to cross those two, it just didn't feel safe to me. And I had a great sympathy for our residents who have written to us about how difficult that was to cross.
Can you imagine if you were in a wheelchair?
Councilmember Keeley?
Could you imagine if you were in a wheelchair trying to cross? Question, if you would indulge me for a moment, let's think a little bit further into the future. There was a major overhaul done some years ago with a lot of underground work on 42, and I know we've got fiber along there. What part of autonomous vehicle technology support and even commercial drone traffic technology support along this corridor is there today, and what discussions are you having for integrating additional technology necessary to support that as you continue to, construct and reconstruct and modify 42?
Good, because
Yes.
I had the same thing about autonomous vehicles, especially when we're looking to the future. What are we doing with this infrastructure, which is very important for the county from border to border, from Burnsville all the way over to Rosemount and beyond, hopefully.
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the council, I'm going to touch on both of the items that came up there because technology is a great opportunity along a corridor like this. A lot of it has to do with signal technology. I mentioned aging infrastructure, and aging signals are an element of the study. We've been tracking that very systematically. We've got the age of every signal in our data set, and we're looking at strategies potentially associated with that in terms of some management priorities going forward. And then that translates into opportunities to deploy new technology. The future of travel is not just automated vehicles, but also connected vehicles. So the connection between the public infrastructure and the vehicle is a very promising area. I want to just touch on pedestrian crossings at grade because, Madam Mayor, I think that was part of your question. We had the opportunity in the fall of last year to get out on the corridor and experience it as pedestrians and kind of look at some of these issues. And there's also signal technology factors associated with improving the at-grade crossing experiences across 42. It is correct that it can be many lanes to cross. It can be a little intimidating out there, but there are elements that are pretty common today, like countdown timers. There are also improvements that are scheduled actually for design very soon and construction next year that tie into improvements to ADA, Americans with Disability Act type features on the corridor. So that's not electronic technology, but it's all part of the framework for improving the infrastructure and that's more immediate actually. That project is coming up quite soon. And so we look forward to those types of actions all along the corridor, frankly.
Councilmember Keeley.
One follow-up. I think a pedestrian bridge, and there's a couple hot spots in Burnsville where a pedestrian bridge would be a huge safety, and it's at Nicollet and 13, and crossing 42, possibly at Burnhaven or with the Aldrich, interchange, potentially providing a safe crossing there. Further to the west, maybe a block or two, there's going to be another need. Has the county considered putting a pedestrian bridge in to cross 42?
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council, there are locations that we're considering that, and as I move forward, I can also highlight one neighborhood location that does frankly get into Apple Valley a little bit, but it can serve Burnsville residents as well. So there are specific locations, and that will be part of the set of recommendations. We've touched on Aldrich. The county would like to note the importance of Aldrich in the Burnsville Center area, and something in that general location, as you know, in your own plans, is a great opportunity for a separated crossing And then I'll come back to another one as I move forward through the slides here too.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm glad that you mentioned a pedestrian bridge because, Commissioner, when I go to the zoo, I see this pedestrian bridge to the zoo, but I don't see any houses on the other side going to the zoo, so I'm not quite sure how many pedestrians use that. Now, 42 is a highly trafficked area for pedestrian traffic, because we have folks who live on the south side and on the north side and crossing. So it's a great place for a pedestrian bridge and the separated one on Aldrich. But when I look at all of the housing on Irving and people going shopping to the north side, to the Cub store and all of the other shops on the north side, there are more shops on the north side and a lot of housing on the south side. So that would be a nice place for a bridge, Commissioner. So you can help us put this into the plan. Because Apple Valley has one, and every time I drive to the zoo, I look at that bridge and I'm thinking, that's a nice bridge and it's very expensive, but I do not see any housing and people crossing that to go to the zoo.
And Madam Mayor, if I may, I don't think you see any intersections close to that bridge either. And I don't know Doug well enough to throw him under the bus, but I know Mark well enough to do that to him. And that was a big deal. And Mark, I know it was, I'm not sure if the zoo contributed in any way to that bridge or if that was sales tax dollars or how exactly that was funded.
Madam Mayor, and
Yes, Mr.
if I may
Grassrot.
respond,
Yeah.
please, and Commissioner Workman. So that project actually was, it's part of the county's greenway system. And it's a greenway connection to the zoo. And it was done pre-sales tax, so it utilized other funding sources. But it's not unlike necessarily the greenway underpass of 42, at the bridge to the west of the location we're talking about here. So it's part of that system, and as such gets a little higher level of recognition because of its connection to the broader greenway system. But that's really what drove that project, was the greenway and not so much, just county road issues on McAndrews.
Okay, thank you.
I drive under that bridge every day.
I still like the idea of a bridge.
Okay, back to you, Mr. Amberley. Okay, Ms. Desirud,
I
city
think that,
engineer.
Ryan would like to speak. He's got his hand
Okay.
up.
Yes, our Public Works Director, Mr. Peterson.
Oh, good evening. Thanks for allowing me to say a couple words. I guess my recommendation is that we try to focus on getting, we'd love to have grade separations on every block if we could. I just don't think it will ever be financially feasible to do so. My recommendation would be we really try to hammer in on where we want this one, what's going to be the best spot, and try to make that happen. And I just don't foresee an underpass at Aldrich and then a bridge over at Burnhaven and a bridge over at Irving. It just doesn't seem financially doable. I don't think the likely way we'll get the funding for this is some kind of federal solicitation. And, if the goal will be to try and get the one grade separation in this immediate area. And then if you do need to choose or do want to do that, to cross, you would probably have to go over to where that is. So I just trying to point that out I personally will feel extremely fortunate if we are able to figure out a way to get one grade separation I just don't see feasible in today's transportation finance world of having multiple crossings that are separated by bridges or underpasses. So I just wanted to point that out.
Okay.
Kind of threw a wet blanket on the idea, didn't you?
Yeah, so.
Thanks for chipping in, Ryan.
Public Works Director Peterson, Mr. Peterson, I just want you to be all right. I'm all in with you on the Aldrich grade separation. Hey, we even spoke to the legislators about that.
Right.
So when we're looking at our tax increment financing, that was one of the things that we talked about, is that grade separation from the south to the north. So, but you know, as elected officials, and if we're doing a study, and if there's another way that we can get one more bridge or another, a pedestrian crossing. So your task then is to make that crossing on grade crossing on both Burnhaven and Irving safe. Because, listen, I tried to cross it and then made the decision not to because I thought, okay, I do not want to die today.
Yeah, it is a challenge. There's absolutely no way to reduce the amount of pavement you have to cross, but some of the things Doug talked about, it will improve the experience, but there is not a way to reduce the amount of pavement that one's going to have to cross.
Now, I know it. And that's still going to be how many lanes? It's going to be, what, 4 and 4?
10 lanes with the turn lanes and all that. So it is a real challenge. I totally agree. We got to get a grade separation here. My message is let's fight for the one that we can get. If we're able to get more, awesome. But we got to get that one.
Okay. You want Aldrich, we want Aldrich. Hey, but we can also ask, right? If we don't ask, you don't get. Okay.
Yeah. Shouldn't be a bad thing.
Back to you, Mr. Avery.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and Jen, you can proceed here. This is right on topic because the issue here is how to look at the need for capacity on 42. And we're looking at this plan throughout the corridor as an opportunity to manage intersections, to defer expansion of 42. Some of the ideas that have been looked at before have understandably said, well, we need another lane. If you're operating intersections in a traditional way, and here we show Aldrich at grade, there's no bridge underneath 42 as we just discussed. That raises capacity concerns at that very busy at-grade intersection. And then we have the freeway junction just to the east. But our vision is based on intersection and traffic controls and managing access, limiting expansion, trying to manage our vision in terms of where the investments would be and how they would play out. The concerns with expansion, as we just talked about, would include the pedestrian barrier, but also just how lanes are used. There's a problem with how lane use is allocated in Burnsville. There's not balanced use of lanes. There sometimes is too much traffic in the left lanes, for example. So some of the options in the vision are supporting roadways, the Aldrich grade separation, which we just touched on, and then some ideas that we have many for the interchange area, but I'm just going to highlight one focus area as we move forward. Go ahead, Jen. So the second focus area is at the 35W interchange, and there are challenges with the volume of traffic that exits southbound on 35W into this area. And the work that the city did, and I was pleased to be included as a voice in your work on the visioning study for transportation in the redevelopment area. One of the ideas that we looked at there was slipping underneath Highway 42 and exiting directly into the redevelopment area, which is a very efficient way to move traffic to its destination as opposed to using 42 as a means to get there. A variation on this is looking at another factor in that southbound movement. You can go forward, Jen. And that is to also consider the loop ramp. This was identified as part of the studies that that we've been doing jointly, we've been doing more analysis of this, and it really is promising in terms of, it essentially involves a number of design issues, although they tend to be simplifying factors, with no left turn then from that southbound off-ramp anymore. That's a very heavy left turn, and this provides an opportunity to move traffic into the right lanes, use the lanes more effectively on 42 potentially. It does, of course, work with some of the ideas that were put forth in your studies about repurposing the Buck Hill Road area and the area on the east side of the Burnsville Center redevelopment area. We believe this helps avoid Highway 42 expansion, that it has good potential for benefit cost. We need to discuss it further with MnDOT as we look forward to completing the study. Getting into the tech of it all, it simplifies traffic signal phases, and there are other opportunities to do that throughout this area if we can limit how many movements are regulated by signals that can help with efficiency. So this is consistent with the 1999 plan, but it represents some new ideas today. So that's kind of another response to the earlier discussion about bringing the two eras together, if you will. I will stop here, I think, too. Definitely a good pause point. I do have one more focus area I want to note before we conclude. I don't know if there are questions about this topic.
Any questions? No? Proceed.
Okay. So the last of the three focus areas is on the very east end of Burnsville and actually spills into Apple Valley, because the neighborhoods out here are kind of knit together, and here we do have a context of a high residential use on the parks on either side of 42 that are in Apple Valley, but very close by. They're your neighbors. In this area, there's a history of working with the community, and we've had opportunities through our focus group meetings to discuss different options for South Cross Drive, Redwood Drive, and Elm Drive that are brought forward from the 99 study and remain some issues today in terms of how to convey traffic along 42 and yet provide a good environment for the neighborhoods. Keller Lake Drive has entered into the conversations as a cut-through route, and especially if access were changed at Redwood. So that's kind of the history, and as we kind of move toward discussion on this, we might hear some history from others on that, because I can't personally vouch for the history of it, but I've looked at it closely and certainly do everything I can to catch up on the discussions that have taken place around this area. We can go to the next slide, Jen, and I'll summarize the issues here. The traffic here is below the signal thresholds, and signals are close together. We've got closely spaced intersections. There are some delays in traffic, especially for the side streets. And there, as I mentioned, there are concerns about changes in access. As we looked at this area, and you look at starting on the right-hand side, you can see the existing configuration of a signal, a full stop, and a signal at South Cross, Redwood, and Elm. In 1999, the proposal was to change Elm Drive to a 3/4 intersection, remove the signal, and then have a right-in, right-out at Redwood. We have been looking at this and modeling it, and we have still some work to do to kind of evaluate the potential outcomes here, but we're comfortable tonight in saying that we think our proposed vision is to go with removing the signal at Elm as was previously proposed, and you can see the pedestrian bicycle icon there. I'll come back to that in a moment. And then leaving Redwood as a full stop intersection and South Cross as a signal. The signal removal is consistent with the 99 plan. The other element is we are proposing a pedestrian bike structure in the vicinity of Elm. And it, you know, connecting park to park on either side of the roadways. We've received positive feedback from Apple Valley on that. It plays into the conversations that we understand are part of the history of this area. And I think with that, I will be interested in going to any more background and discussion. Perhaps Ryan has some comments on the background as well.
Madam Mayor, if you would like me to, I can quick run through what we talked about 5 years ago or so.
Yes, please, because it has been, that whole area has been a problem. And I didn't get to the, you know, I thought,
Yeah.
still going through the study area.
Sounds good. My apologies for stepping on you there. So basically, this is really good news for the Burnsville neighborhoods. And the key factor to this is the fact that the county is indicating the stop at Redwood, meaning you'll be able to make a left out of there. If that would have been limited, that was the key aspect to pushing more traffic from Apple Valley through the Burnsville roads. If Redwood is able to remain in a stop condition and those residents can go left, that should be what would prevent what we talked about back, you know, a number of years ago, where we would have 50, 75% increases in traffic on the local streets in Burnsville. So I would applaud the county for listening to us when we talked about that history. And then, you know, I think they're going to have an easier time meeting their vision and goals because of it, because of the willingness to adapt to what was heard back then. This should be a, if it was going to be right in or right out or something like that, or fully close it off, then we'd be having all these same discussions we had with all this new traffic going back and forth. And should we cul-de-sac off Clutter Lake Drive and not let them use it? You know, all this kind of stuff was being talked about, which would be bad for the transportation systems in general amongst them, both Apple Valley and Burnsville.
Did we have conversations with the neighborhood at the Keller Lake neighborhood there? Because if you remember.
We had lots of it, and that's what what's where I'm referencing all the information I received, and we took our own studies on and modeled how much new traffic we thought we'd get. I think there's currently 600 cars a day, and it would have gone up to like 900. You know, literally 50% increases in traffic if the Redwood were to be reduced.
I will add too, as kind of concluding the presentation of this, that it's not without some concerns about the stop control at Redwood. You can see on the slide there, we monitor traffic and safety going forward. However, preliminarily, and I've kind of gone out and field tested this myself, and we've heard this from residents in terms of their experiences. There are flows of traffic that are kind of in platoons, and they come through based on the signal cycles to the east and west. And when that wave of traffic passes, there tends to be often a gap that is reasonable to make those lefts. We see it in the data. We see a lot of left turns. We have thankfully not seen crash issues here. So, but that's not to say there's no concern. So there is concern about monitoring this and maybe even sharing the information, because certainly approaching a stop sign and choosing to make a right turn and a U-turn in sequence is another choice. And we'll probably test that and look at it as in terms of travel time as well, in terms of the context for the study.
So can you talk about the bicycle trail?
Yes, you know, in the situation here, you can see on the graphic there, it's very schematic, but in the vicinity of Elm is what I indicated before. The issue here has been that pedestrian crossing has come up as another factor in changing the approach to access and signals. In talking to the stakeholders through meetings that we had earlier this year, an interesting observation is that the idea of removing a signal is actually pretty understood by individuals. So that's not the problem. The problem is then what do you do with the pedestrian crossing. And contextually here with the parks on both sides, there's kind of a functional and recreational element that comes together. There also happens to be an opportunity to master plan perhaps on the, especially on the north side, because Redwood Park is getting another look by the city right now, by the city of Apple Valley. So the area has the potential to be a good fit for this. And this is part of the conversation with your neighboring city in terms of what makes Elm work moving forward.
Okay.
I'll conclude the presentation here. We are continuing our outreach efforts with more updates, and we'll be targeting final public meetings in the middle of this year. And we are completing quite a bit of work on pedestrian, bicycle, and transit opportunities in the corridor. So there'll be more detail on that we'll be adding to our documentation. As I mentioned, we model traffic with more focus on certain locations coming up to test how some ideas are working. And then we'll be pulling together the more formal documentation and the updated plan to 2040. It'll include some ideas on how things can be implemented moving forward, a little bit on timing. And so we'll look forward to presenting more to you on those issues as we conclude. Are there any more questions? I'd be happy to stand for more questions.
I think you've answered the questions that we had for now. And I think as we get closer to adopting the plan and how it affects the loop around, some new ideas that you have that's coming into the center village, I think we'll have more discussions because City Engineer Desirut will have, and our Public Works Director will have some guidance for us as we continue to look at that new interchange and the roads that'll help us with all of that. So right now, this is good information as we continue to move forward. And thank you to the county and for this work, which knits together the work that we did in 1999. So thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Avery.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Council.
Yeah. Well, Ms. Desirut, the next one is also yours. And this is the the agenda with the corridor for MnDOT for 13.
Yes, Mayor and council members, this came before you a couple times. I think at the same meeting that Doug presented the opening of the County Road 42, this was also introduced. So it's kind of following a similar timeline. We have with us tonight representing MnDOT and their consultant, Chris Cromie, will be giving a presentation on update of where this is at and kind of what's coming next with the corridor on Trunk Highway 13, Savage to Burnsville.
Yeah, welcome, Mr. Cromie. It's good to see you again.
Mayor and members of the council. Before we get started here, Jen, we just want to give an opportunity for Carolyn Adamson and Diane Langenbach from MnDOT to introduce themselves.
Hi, Chris, and thank you, council members, for letting us come and present today. I am Carolyn Adamson. I'm the project manager for the Highway 13 project for the MnDOT side. And again, appreciate the opportunity to give you an update of where we're at and here to help answer any questions that may come up that are more directed at MnDOT.
Okay, and you'll need to unmute. Okay, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am Diane Langenbach. I am the South Area Engineer for Carver and Scott counties, and I have been working on this project and assisting Carolyn with overall coordination. And I too just want to say thank you for having us tonight. It's an exciting project, and we look forward to discussing it further with you. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, Jen, we can go to the next slide. So tonight I want to just bring you up to speed on on where we've been and where we're going with the Highway 13 corridor study. We'll talk about our progress, where we're at with the final corridor vision. We'll start talking about the implementation of incremental improvements on Highway 13, where we're at with our environmental assessment, and then our first project, our first construction project at Dakota Avenue that'll be occurring next season in the city of Savage. So next slide. So I'll just briefly go over this. As Jen mentioned, we kicked off this, I believe I was at your council meeting in February 2020, maybe January 2020, when we were really getting going on the corridor study. We are looking at Highway 13 corridor all the way from 169 over to Nicollet Avenue, all the way through City of Savage and into Burnsville. We got started in the fall of 2019 with some of our data collection. And you can see here that we're progressing quite nicely on our schedule to better understand the needs of the corridor, reaching consensus on the long-term vision, and then making the improvements at the freight intersections at Dakota and Yosemite. I'll just touch on this real briefly. We all drive Highway 13 on a regular basis. We know the traffic congestion that's out there today. Several of the intersections have higher than average vehicle crashes. And it's not a real efficient way of moving truck traffic. But we know that there are a number of destinations with waste management, other commercial properties through there, and of course supports. And then really the pedestrian and bicyclists have a real challenge in this corridor. There's very limited bike ped facilities or routes planned in the corridor. So our corridor vision, we'll fast forward here to how we envision the corridor evolving over time. To get started with that, I want to just talk about access locations. Both primary and secondary access or intersection locations. As Mr. Berry talked about on County Road 42, it's a similar approach on Highway 13. We're trying to manage conflict points relative to the exposure rate of vehicles to those conflict points in order to manage all types of traffic in the corridor. So primary intersection is a location that we've identified to have full access long-term. A secondary intersection is where we may have full or partial access, depending on what is possible given the lay of the land. We looked at various intersection types on 13, including at-grade, grade-separated interchanges, and hybrid interchanges, partial grade separations, as well as local improvements. So we'll talk a little bit about the corridor vision and the footprint that we're moving through an environmental review at this time. That environmental review or the hybrid EA is going to enable us to streamline future projects in the corridor by getting initial clearance for the footprint of the area that we're looking at for projects. So the beauty of this corridor planning study is that it's not just a plan. It does include an implementation piece, and it does get us through the first hurdles of the environmental clearance to make improvements happen. Next slide. So this is the recommended corridor access scenario coming out of our corridor study. So a couple of areas that won't change are represented by the black circles. So County Road 5 and Highway 13 in recognition of the investment that the city, county, and MnDOT made here a little less than 10 years ago at that interchange will remain as it is the 35W Highway 13 interchange. But we are planning 2 primary access points within the city of Burnsville. The first being at Nicollet Avenue, and then the second being at Chowan Avenue, and then a secondary access point at Washburn Avenue. So this is just a snapshot of what that corridor footprint looks like. And what this footprint does do for us is it provides flexibility for us to refine and identify preferred alternatives at a later date that fit within the footprint that we've identified in the corridor study and meet the overall purpose and need for the project. So this is just an example of the footprint that we identified. A number of different at grade and grade separated concepts can fit within at our primary and secondary intersections, as well as some of the local roadway improvements necessary. Again, as I mentioned, this provides us a great amount of flexibility to shape projects as we can shape projects as time goes and needs change a bit and funding becomes available and advance the improvements. Next slide. We have had a number of community engagements, particularly focused on business input in the corridor through July and October of 2020. Mostly online type engagements, but we have gotten a lot of support for what is being proposed on Highway 13. There's some general support that the fewer traffic signals on the corridor would make it easier for over-the-road haulers and large trucks. There's always concern about, as we start looking at changing access on a corridor, how to maintain access to existing businesses. Some of the connectivity issues at Chowan Avenue, which we do have some local roadway improvements in Chowan Avenue that we will hopefully work with the two cities, City of Savage and Burnsville, together to move forward. And then lastly, we received a fair amount of positive feedback, getting the business community involved at this stage and asking for input. Many of these businesses have been through roadway projects and recognize that we are getting them in and keeping them informed very early in our process. So this is a look at our draft implementation plan. In other words, how do we see the sequencing of projects occur to get the incremental benefits within the corridor? So as I mentioned earlier, Dakota Avenue is a fully funded project, and that is going to be out for construction in the spring of 2022. So a little over a year from now, we will have construction at Dakota Avenue in the City of Savage. From there, we have some flexibility on what to do next. We've identified the Nicollet Avenue intersection as a potential next step project, largely because Nicollet Avenue really functions independent of the rest of the corridor. And so this could happen next, or we could advance other projects next, but really it's an independent improvement from the rest of the corridor. It could happen as funding can be secured. As we get into the Burnsville and Savage area between County Road 5 and Dakota Avenue, this is where the sequencing.
Before you get off of Nicollet Avenue, can I ask a question? Is the roundabout still an option on Nicollet and Highway 13?
Yes, we still have a number of options. I have a slide on Nicollet Avenue coming up, and we can talk in more detail at that point.
I thought you were going to ask for a pedestrian bridge.
Well, that's the other
That is
thing
MnDOT.
that we had. Remember, we've been asking, and we've been going to see if we can get that grant for, how many times have we gone to TAB for that, Ms. Desrude?
I'm not sure, I think 2 or 3 times. at least.
Oh, it's more than
Every
2
other year,
times. I
so-
think it's
Since she's
quite a
been
few
here.
times that we've gone to see it.
Since she's been here.
It never rises up, but, so yeah. So because the last time you presented, there was the option of a roundabout in that location, and you did talk about a bridge.
And we'll talk about it again here in just a minute.
Okay. I thought you were moving very quickly off of Nicollet.
No, I'm still talking at a corridor level. We'll talk about some of the specific locations here in just a minute. So as I was saying, between County Road 5 and Dakota Avenue, this is where the sequencing of projects could make a big difference. And so we've identified the Chowan Avenue interchange or intersection as a logical first step in securing the access or the long-term access in the Burnsville-Savage area. We identified Chowan as a primary intersection, and this approach really takes a proactive approach to get the new primary intersections established before we start removing access for businesses or consolidating access. So it would make some sense that Chowan Avenue, because it is a primary intersection, would go next, along with Washburn Avenue could be packaged together or could be done separately. And then the local roadway improvement from Chowan Avenue in the city of Burnsville, connecting with Hamilton Avenue and over to Lynn Avenue in the city of Savage as being a primary local roadway connection that needs to get built in sequence with the Highway 13 work. Next slide. So I was one slide away. So this is one of at least 3 alternatives that we looked at for the Nicollet Avenue location. Madam Mayor, I'm not sure if this was the one that you were remembering or the larger roundabout over the top of Highway 13. But either of them are still on the table, as well as an improved signalized with pedestrian grade separation. All of those fit within the footprint in which we're doing the environmental study at this location.
Yeah, because it's going to be very hard for, if you look and see all of the housing in the heart of the city, and a lot of those folks take the MBTA buses to try and cross that with a with a roundabout, without a bridge, a pedestrian bridge, is going to be high risk, because I'm just looking at this. This is this slide we've seen before.
Yep. So if I could just explain the movements on this slide briefly. What this does, for those of you who may not have seen it before, it would lower Highway 13 through the intersection so that Nicollet Avenue could pass over the top of Highway 13.
Yeah.
That's kind of the first step in separating out some of the conflicts. So if you're coming from the heart of the city and you want to go north on Interstate 35, you would go through the roundabout, make a left-handed turn at a simplified signal intersection, and you would be on a ramp that brings you directly onto Interstate 35. As you're coming out of the heart of the city and you want to go east or west on Highway 13, you would come up to the roundabout, make a right-hand turn, go on a new roadway that would replace the pond there by Cup Foods, and then you'd approach a simplified signalized intersection on Highway 13. So it separates out some of the major movements to provide better traffic flow. The part of this option that I like better than the other 2 options is how it accommodates non-motorized vehicles. The connectivity between the Orange Line station in the southwest quadrant and the MBTA station in the northeast quadrant. So from those locations, we would be able to have a trail provided along the west side of Nicollet Avenue. It would go over the bridge. And then prior to even having to cross any public streets or vehicular traffic, we would loop it back underneath the bridge and then connect directly into the MBTA lot. So this one does combine that pedestrian grade separate type interchange. Now,
Got a question.
Councilmember
Stop there for
Keeley
comments.
has a question.
Just, I'm curious because it still puts
Yeah.
a signal on 13, and that seems to be one of the goals for any kind of grade separated intersection is to eliminate the light and keep traffic moving on 13. But here, it just moves it from where it's at now to the east a little bit, but does provide tremendous pedestrian and safe crossing. I mean, there's a lot of benefits to that, but no way to get around having to put or keep a light on 13 to stop traffic.
There is another option, and that was the one that I alluded to before, is a larger roundabout over the top of Highway 13. That option, if I remember right, we can add another 25 million to the cost estimate. It was quite a bit more expensive. And that is still on the table. That still fits within the footprint at this location. Coming out of the corridor study, we're not going to have every location fully defined because we know these things evolve over time. The logic behind this traffic signal remaining on Highway 13 is it does provide us greater separation from the weave condition from Interstate 35W. That is one of the larger safety concerns and congestion concerns, is just the close proximity to Highway Interstate 35W. Yeah. The other thing that it does is there is considerably less traffic at that intersection. There would be all the Nicollet Avenue crossing traffic would be on the bridge, and all the traffic destined from the heart of the city to Interstate 35W North would be on the bridge as well. So we reduce the amount of traffic that is at that signalized intersection to right turns coming off northbound 13, left turns coming off southbound 13, and then left and right turns coming off of Nicollet Avenue to get onto 13. So we do reduce the conflicts, increase the space of that signal. And because there aren't any plans to remove the signals further to the east, we feel like this is still a viable option.
A pedestrian bridge is a lot less expensive than 30 million.
Well, I was looking at that price tag, and this is project number 2 on the corridor. So when would that be? Because that price tag's going to be higher by the time you get to build this interchange.
Right. As we move through the presentation here, you'll see that we hope to be getting through our environmental review process here later this summer. And at that point, the effort in our study is going to be to start funding projects, to start looking for available funds, available programs to start prioritizing towards projects along Highway 13. So when is always contingent upon when we can find the money to do it. And $30 million is a lot of money, but $30 million is about what it takes to get grade separation in tight corridors like this.
Ms. Desrude.
Thank you, Mayor. So we also had been asked by Representative Angie Craig for transportation projects that we are interested in.
I was just going to say.
And we submitted this one as an opportunity for potential federal funding. And with the work that MnDOT and Bolton and Mink have been doing, it's leading the way to have that environmental clearance to make it a more desirable project to fund.
So we do want that jobs plan to get passed, right?
And it's important that it has accessibility for everyone, including enabled. The whole pedestrian factor in this particular plan is by far the most appealing and exciting for me, because that is just a terrible, much like our discussion earlier about crossing 42. This is, I mean, you have a transit station on one side, a new orange line on the other, and in the heart of the city, and you've got businesses, and it's just it's a harrowing
Yeah.
experience, even watching in my car, because I cross it every day multiple times, watching people try and cross there. I feel anxious for them.
Yeah.
It's terrible. So that part of it, and then for bikers, walkers,
Yeah.
wheelchair, this is the best alternative I've seen,
Yeah.
short of a pedestrian bridge, which we've been
Yeah.
asking for 20 years.
Because the thing is, and you and I have seen this, with the lights, you can only cross, if you're going to MVTA, you can only cross those 4 lanes, and then you stop
You gotta
there
stop in the middle, right?
in the middle until the light changes again, and then you can make.
Yeah,
that
can you imagine
complete
standing there with
that.
65-mile-per-hour trucks and
Yeah.
traffic flying by? It's
Okay.
nerve-wracking watching people.
Okay, Councilmember Berkman.
Is Ryan Peterson still on with us?
Oh, yes, he is. Miss,
I learned a lot about the light down by our office and on Cliff, actually, and the technology that went into those lights with the, I don't know if Annie Young was the driver behind it, but I know that she had a significant role. I think, Ryan, you had told me at one point, and how the sensors work up with the turn lanes and the beeping and everything else. Is that implemented now, or is that something that we're talking about? Well, I guess it might not be as important here with a pedestrian bridge, but is that something that is integrated into this intersection now? And if you have no idea what I'm talking about, I can.
yeah, no, I
think
know,
you do, though.
because we had the blue light over on that first, and then the second improvement was having to do with Annie Young and to cross
And I
with,
think it was
yeah,
it's not something we've used in Burnsville before, right, Ryan?
yeah.
Councilmember Workman, members of the audience, no, so she worked really hard. We assisted working with MnDOT. Those were pilot projects that really weren't done anywhere, but they were really geared towards sight impaired walkers. She herself is, and then she's indicated there are others in that area at 13 and Cliff and County Road 11. And so no, those types of things are not included in this area. It's also, so yeah, I guess that's the short answer to the question.
Okay.
Okay. Back to you,
I guess,
Mr. Crowley.
well, I have the floor, I mean, if I still do.
Sure.
One thing, we've seen the 42, and now we're talking 13. One thing we'll have to do once we get closer to the conclusion of these studies is have a conversation of prioritization on this. I mean, we're talking about the pedestrian overpass. If we get that, I have a hard time thinking we're going to get additional funding in the future if our goal is to try and get, what Chris just showed up on the screen. So we'll have to have a lot of those kinds of conversations of, if the city's goal really is the pedestrian, then maybe we should be doing that. But just don't forget that intersection's a level F. It is a failing intersection from a vehicle transportation standpoint. If we go for the pedestrian bridge, we may never get that because, we already got federal money at the intersection. So I'm just pointing out that we'll have to have some conversations on what is most important to us. And, what they're talking about here doesn't preclude any of the options. It just kind of sets the stage for what we'll try to get funded in the future. And, like I said, we were talking a lot about the pedestrians, but that is a really poorly functioning intersection for vehicles as well.
Well, the solution that you've presented with this roundabout, but also a separated grade where pedestrians and bicycles can cross, because it'll be above and 13 is below. So that accomplishes that. But yeah, it's all about the money, isn't it?
It really is.
Yeah.
I don't have a question, Madam Mayor. I
Yeah.
just got a message. My wife is locked out of the house. My next door neighbor's not home.
Oh, and you would like to be excused.
I would like to be excused so I can let her out.
Councilmember Gustafson, you are excused.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I'm gonna miss the end of this. I really like this 13.
Stream it on YouTube on your phone.
Huh?
It's live on YouTube. You
I
can
can
just-
go on, well, I can actually, I think I have a Zoom link when I get home, so I might be able
Yeah.
to zoom back in.
Rejoin.
Yes, you can.
And that,
Yeah.
so I apologize to all of
No,
you for this.
you need to make sure your wife can get in the house.
Otherwise, you're gonna be
It's still
locked out.
cold.
Otherwise I'll be locked out, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, because it's cold out.
It is.
Okay, Mr. Crowley, please proceed.
Great, Jen, we can move to the next slide. So this is project 3 at Chowan Avenue. And again, this is one of a handful of alternatives that could fit within here. What this alternative does, it does elevate Highway 13 over Chowan Avenue. And then we have a teardrop roundabout diamond interchange where the ramps on and off of Highway 13 tie right into a roundabout that also ties into the adjacent frontage roads. And that's to enable the smooth flow of traffic on and off the Highway 13, but as well as through the intersections on Chowan Avenue. Again, this is one of a number of concepts. The other thing that I would point out is this is also identified as a future greenway crossing. The Lake Marion Greenway search area is through here. That would come up from the park system in Burnsville to the south here and cross over the railroad tracks and connect to the future Minnesota River Greenway as well. So again, some great separation options in this location. And then as I mentioned, this is a key location before we start looking at the intersections on either side. So if you go to the next slide. Washburn Avenue, if you remember the last time we talked about how the close proximity of Washburn to both Chowan and the County Road 5 intersections that really wasn't viable to keep that signal or to squeeze more ramps in here. So what we've identified is the potential for either a right in, right out at this location for access, or what you're looking at here is a great separation to better connect the frontage roads and the businesses across Highway 13 and improve circulation. This could be done separate from Chowan Avenue, or it could be done together and save a couple $1 million of reconstruction that we would have to do twice if it's done separately.
All right, you're talking about
Councilmember
Washburn
Keely?
having grade separation?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's one of the options is to look at Washburn Avenue as grade separation.
Yeah, 'cause
And our grade separation at 5 and 13 ended up costing,
30 and this is 25, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
how are you doing it for less than what the 513 interchange was done? Is it right away and just the actual grading itself is less?
Yeah,
The
I'm not
roundabout.
familiar with all the costs that went into the County Road 5 intersection. But, these are fairly tight interchanges and grade separations. This Washburn Avenue location does not include on and off ramps. So it's just elevating Highway 13 and building the bridge over Washburn Avenue.
Yeah.
Okay,
So next slide. So as I mentioned, we are underway with a hybrid environmental assessment. This is required because of the federal process required in order to have projects eligible for federal funding, which we do want to make sure that it does do that. It's a hybrid EA, meaning that it evaluates the full corridor footprint, but then it also gives us environmental clearance for our first construction project at Dakota Avenue. So we are moving through the environmental studies that are required for the entire corridor. We are going to be holding a public hearing. We being MnDOT will be hosting a public hearing in the summer of 2021. So in just a few months here, as we zero in on finalizing an environmental document. As Jen mentioned, the benefit of this is because we have the whole corridor footprint included in the EA. Future projects like Nicollet Avenue, Chowan Avenue are going to have the first hurdle of environmental clearance, and then there will be an update study that will be necessary to get the mitigation measures for impacts approved. Much more streamlined than if we did this in individual projects. So I'm going to talk briefly about what's going to be happening in 2022 and 2023. On the MnDOT system, there's a lot of work happening, as well as on County Road 42 in Burnsville. So as we look at a project at Dakota Avenue, we wanted to take into account the rest of the system. And there are more than a handful of projects that could affect how motorists choose to move through the system. So if you go to the next slide, this is a look at the City of Savage portion of the corridor, right at the ports of Savage at Dakota and Yosemite. So starting in 2022, we will have to bring Highway 13 down to a single lane in each direction. And then we will facilitate a two-lane pipeline through the construction zone, uninterrupted flow, and then provide for U-turns on either side to provide access to both sides of the roadway. So next slide, please. We know that there's going to be traffic impact. We've been studying the impact and how traffic may distribute itself. We know that the regional system will have to absorb some of that, namely principal arterials like 494. We're doing some coordination with Dakota County's project on County Road 42 for staging identification, because we do expect County Road 42 to take some of the demand. And then more importantly, I think for the city of Burnsville and the city of Savage, we're looking at those local access routes, Williams Drive and McCall Drive in particular, and the frontage road systems to see how they can accommodate the traffic, and if we need to make some temporary mitigations on those corridors to either improve flow or discourage flow. We are looking into that as we move through the design of the Dakota Avenue improvements. So next steps, I mentioned we're at the final stages of the environmental document, and we're going to have that environmental assessment public hearing, hoping for late June of 2021. And again, that'll be hosted by MnDOT. We are planning to have the corridor study complete this summer and into this fall, and we will be asking council for a resolution of support for the corridor study. And then, as I mentioned, Dakota Avenue will be under construction for the better part of the construction season in 2022, and some follow-up work in 2023. And then my last bullet that I'll put a plug in here, this has been a great partnership for MnDOT and both counties, Scott and Dakota County, and both cities, City of Savage and Burnsville, as well as the transit providers, MBTA and Metro Transit, really rolled up our sleeves to put together this corridor vision. We want to continue some of that collaboration and securing additional funding for beyond 2022 and continue to move projects forward on Highway 13. With that, I'll open it up for questions.
Any questions? I think we asked our questions as we went along.
Yeah, it's good.
So thank you so much.
Very comprehensive.
Yeah. So
Thank you.
we'll probably see
Madam
you
Mayor?
again, Mr. Cromie.
Madam Mayor,
Yeah, thank you. Yes, Ryan?
can I just real comment on the plan for that pipeline they talked about?
Yeah.
That's real similar to what happened on 5 and 13. They closed it down to one lane each direction on that one. worked pretty well. I foresee some additional traffic on Williams and McCall, but there was an option out there to totally close 13 down. And Jen and her team really helped hammer home that was not the desirable thing for Burnsville. And so I'll give MnDOT and Chris and the group credit for help listening to us and keeping the one lane in each direction. It seems like it's the best balance between constructability and not too badly impacting the local roads. So I just wanted to point that out, that there was some listening going on there to our comments.
Yeah, thank you, because, you know, when we did 5 and 13, that worked well, because it continued to move traffic, but got it all done without closing down 13. So, thank you. So you're using the same strategy moving forward.
Stick with what works.
Yeah, it does work, and we've seen it work. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, have a good evening. Next item is the Ames Center update. Mr. Brian Luther, our Executive Director of the Ames Center. Good evening.
Well, good evening. Thank you,
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, City Council.
You got a pretty good education on all of the infrastructure we have going on in the city.
There's a lot going on, so no, very informational and just a lot of good items here. It's good to hear what's happening on the 13 corridor, especially being so close to our operation at the Ames Center.
Yeah.
So, and to hear also about the liquor license items too. So no, it was a great night to attend, and I know we've got a busy agenda here, so I will go through quick. We've got a quick presentation here, and feel free just to stop me along the way.
Okay.
As needed. Oh, looks like I still have the previous presentation up here. If I
Yeah,
could
let's
just
see if they can pull up your PowerPoint.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay.
So that's not something we have control of from back here? Was that something that was sent in? I'd be happy to load it up for you.
Oh, okay, I'd sent that over this morning. I apologize. Oh, it's already in here? Oh, where's it? Got it. Oh, okay. Got it. Okay. F5. Thank
Yes.
you. Okay, there we go. Good. Thank
Yep.
you. Appreciate it. Thanks,
She
Jay.
loaded it.
Yes. All right, so we'll go through just a quick overview. I was here on February 16th and gave a presentation at that point. We did year-end financials and just a quick overview. And this presentation is very similar. Just a couple quick points for our business operations update. Executive Order 2111 did end up increasing our maximum occupancy to 50%, which was good. We're able to cap the Masquerade Dance Theater portion of the Ames Center at 325 patrons. We are kind of getting to a point now as our occupancy rates are going up to 50% or going even higher than that, to Councilman Keeley's point earlier, that with the social distance regulations in place, we're gonna start getting to a point where we're gonna max out similar to what the restaurants are experiencing, depending on our configurations and such. So, you know, I would say right now, we're probably that 325, we could look at getting a little more creative and probably get some more seats out of it, but it would be sold in a very non-traditional manner with pods. We'd probably be looking at pods of 4 for everything and different capacities. So we're kind of at that point where I think we're a bit maxed under the current guidelines.
Yeah. Hopefully it'll open up.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is what we hope. So the other items, we're up in full swing with our dance competition season, and that is working very well under our current restrictions, and we've had good success so far and good safe operations. We've gone on sale with 2 brand-new ticketed events, the Magic of Bill Black Live, which is going to be on May 7th and 8th, and just recently was announced this last week and went on sale last week, Tysone's James Brown Experience. And that, both shows are going to be good. They're both on sale at amescenter.com right now, so. For our Q1 programming, this slide really hasn't changed much since we presented before or back in February. We didn't get an addition of any events in that third quarter timeframe, or first quarter timeframe. But we did end up with 13 events with 34 event days and just over 8,900 people in attendance for January through March. So we're happy with that.
Yeah.
Into quarter two, and this is very preliminary as we're just in the beginning here, halfway through April. We have, for our budget events, I'll start here first at the bottom. We had originally budgeted 13 events over the course of 36 event days. We are at 28 events right now with 51 event days. So there's been a lot of fluctuation, a lot of the same types of events, but they just kind of changed with event days. And we've seen an increase in dance, in our dance recitals, which are ticketed events. So I've seen a good increase in those, but overall, programming is good. We're pleased with where we are, and that's gonna probably change a little bit as we go forward too. Our quarter one financials, these are preliminary. We just closed out the March P&Ls as of yesterday, so we're still getting that worked through and approved. But right now, it's looking like for quarter one, I'm just gonna go down to the bottom, our profit and loss, we ended up with a $125,000 profit, budgeted for 106. So we did see a good increase there. So about a little over $18,000 in positive impact there above budget.
Can I ask a question?
Councilmember Keely?
That's a good report. I noticed the majority of your gain, I mean, you had a lower amount against budget of revenue, but you were able to save a tremendous amount in cost. That really boosted your bottom line.
Yeah.
Is that a reflection of you're able to cut costs because of, the anticipate, or different than the budget, number of events and or then costs associated with those events and staff and et cetera?
Yep, we were able to keep our staffing expenses, came in lower, our non-event expenses, and then also, just our general operating expenses came in lower. So we didn't have a lot of repairs and maintenance needs and different items. So through the course of that first quarter, we were able to keep it there, and we're watching those expenses very close. I mean, that's where, we're obviously not gonna spend what we need, but there could be a time in second quarter or third quarter where we do need those funds to operate. So
Absolutely.
it's still very early in the year. I don't wanna, look at those as complete
Yeah.
savings points yet, but at least, where we are compared to what we budget.
Yeah.
Right, the revenue was down about 8 or 9, I'm just doing math in my head, but
Yeah.
your cost savings were like 20%, so
Yep.
Yeah.
considerably higher than cost savings than your revenue drop, so good job.
Thank you.
Great work.
Thank you. Yeah, we're very happy with the results of first quarter. And we have a second quarter forecast, again, very preliminary. We're looking right now at, total event revenue is about 308,000. We had budgeted 320. I can see our number of 308 going up at this point. I think it's still very early in the quarter. And, I mean, events are shuffling. We're still waiting to get a lot of our schedules done for dance competitions. Wouldn't be surprised if they add a day here and there, or if we get a drop-in event. Very likely to have happen. And so, same thing as we're looking with our expenses, just keeping them in line. Some of our operating expenses are a little bit higher than budget right now, and I can say right there, we did have some HVAC repairs and maintenance expenses that came up in April and May. We expect a couple items, and those were items we've been working with the city on, and so nothing out of the ordinary there. So again, if we look at the bottom line profit and loss, we'll be profitable as forecasted right now, and just, under budget, but I see that number going up quite a bit. Nothing of any concern at this point. And I would say as we look at year end and looking out that far, I mean, the second half of the year is still in flux quite a bit, as it usually is this time of year, but also with the COVID impact. So I'm feeling still confident that we'll be within range of budget, very much so.
Yep.
That's really good considering the revenue is dramatically lower than what you would normally experience in a normal year. You're still able to control cost correspondingly and show bottom line profit.
Yeah.
No, thank you. And we're still able to get some projects done within the building too. So there's still a big punch list of items that we're working on, I have staff working on, and we still want to make sure that those things are getting taken care of within the building. Thank you.
Well, that's all part of the capital improvement, and that's, the facility is part of our, it's on our facility plan with how we fund that. Those
Exactly.
improvements.
And the very exciting project, I'm very pleased to be able to stand up here and present.
Yeah,
I've
I'm
got the
looking
first
forward to
phase
seeing
of
it in
carpet.
person.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, looks nice.
And I don't know if anyone's had a chance to come over yet and
I
see it in person.
haven't, because
Okay.
usually so I'll have to text you and say, let me in.
Yes, you do that, and I'm happy to give anyone a tour to take a
Yeah.
look. So the first phase consists of the upper and lower lobby and the stairs. So,
So the stairs were also done, so did you,
Solid color, right?
it's solid, well, it's got a little bit of a blend in it. There are some colors if you look close. From this photo doesn't quite do it justice, or even the primary carpet, just with a light on it. It's very similar to the color. We wanted to go with a darker color on the stairs like we had before. But it's a more robust fabric, and it's got a little bit of a blend with different colors in it too, that match the color palette that's in the primary.
looks nice, it looks brighter.
Yes, and it did. We've done some work, some painting in the building. It really shows the white, the aluminum, and now we're gonna have to look at our wood trim now and see if, we wanna find a color that would suit that look, the modern look a little bit more too. So that's one of the next steps, is just to take a look at that. And a lot of the wood finishes is ready to be refinished at some capacity anyway. So we'll be looking at what makes a blend. But that was one of the surprises once we did it, of how much it just really
Brightened up.
freshened it up.
Yeah.
And it smells like a brand new house too. Right,
Yeah.
when you go
I
inside,
bet
so it's
it
very
does.
nice,
Yeah.
between the painting and everything,
Formaldehyde
so.
and paint.
The theater carpet is still in production, and that's been something we've been working with them. We know we're gonna need some time to get that put in place. This took a solid 2 weeks to get done, and
Okay.
we wanna make sure the job gets done right. There's a lot of different curves. It's not a standard installation, so we're working with them, I mean, even as early as today, to determine when that can be, to get them in to get the theater as soon as that is ready to be delivered, so. We did get our new ice maker installed, so that is now making ice.
Good.
And we have started the projects that I told you guys about when I was here in February with the ClearCom system. That's a big project, so we're getting through a lot of that. And then the control system for the exterior lighting fins, so.
Oh, nice.
That is, yes.
That's going to get fixed.
Yes, so we'll have control for that. So we're working with contractors on those items. And I'll go through grant updates. We're still waiting approval for the Dakota County Small Business Relief Grant, round 4. That was one that had a maximum eligibility of about $10,000. And so that one was still not heard back. I did actually reach out to them today just to see if there was anything movement, but when I'm logging in, it's still showing as applications received and pending. So
Okay.
hopefully we'll hear something back on that one here in the near future. The Shuttered Venue Operators Grant and the PPP second draw, we have decided as a company it was best for us to go forward with the Shuttered Venue Operators Grant, and that decision was made quite some time ago. So we have applied and worked with the venues that we feel fit better for that. For the PPP money, we're working with our venues and VenueWorks for those grants. And we've been working very hard on the Venue Operators Grant, along with city staff, both Alyssa Ryan and with Jenny Rhodey, to get the information we need to work together to make sure it works. And it's been a project. So last Thursday was the date when the grant opened, and we were working together.
Yeah.
They did experience a
heard
big
it
system.
crashed.
They crashed, yes.
And
so it was.
Everybody was waiting for it, and the landing page opened, and
It could not, couldn't handle the demand, but they did stop the process. They did not allow any grants to go through. And we're waiting for them to do the systems test, and they will give us adequate notice and enough notice to understand when that's gonna take place and give
good.
us, they're still working on, other questions and clarifications and such. So I think in the big picture of things, it's probably best that there was a little bit of a hold put in, because there was just a lot taking place at once. But again, city staff have been working with us, and we're gonna continue to work with them to get this done and get the application in. And I think we have as good of a shot as anyone to get some funding from this, so.
well, with everything that we're working on, one of the things that I've talked with City Manager Muscoli about is that, I'm going to go forward with this grant, but at the same time, there are lost revenues, and yours is our asset. just like the ice center is our asset. And so what we need to make sure is we understand what the flexibility is and what's eligible lost revenue and all of that.
Yes.
Like we just talked about with regard to the bars and restaurants. So we'll continue to work through all of that as we get more and more information.
Yep, absolutely. And in closing, areas of priority, the Shuttered Venue Operators Grant obviously is at the top of the list, as is our programming through the 22-23 season. One item that we're starting to look at now that we're above the 25% threshold and we're going to start seeing some more increased capacity or operational opportunities is our strategic plan for rebuilding the full-time team. And we'll be beginning the fiscal year 22 budget process in June.
Okay.
Had some conversations with city finance staff about that too. So those are the key areas, but obviously make sure we're continuing to operate safely and provide a safe environment for our patrons and our facility users, so.
Excellent. Well, as Councilmember Keeley said, you're managing your cost and your revenues, and you're showing that you're on target and you're making money rather than losing money with what you're projecting as your budget.
Yeah, no, thank you. And so far, I think things are working very well, and we're continuing to watch, and then we just need to start looking at what some of those next steps are as we're able to start increasing our capacity loads and be able to bring business back. But
Yeah, that would be great to see some performances.
Yes.
Bringing back and getting back to thriving like you were doing before.
Yes.
Yeah, Councilmember Workman and then Councilmember Keeley.
Sorry. Brian, you said your max occupancy is nearing
320.
It's 325 is looking like that's the most you're gonna be able to take in with the current. And if you don't know the exact number, I understand that.
I ran a scenario that put us in about 340 range, and that was selling everything in pods of 4. Perfectly social distanced with, counting the seats, that 6-foot range. 325 is what we're allowed by law or by the policy, the executive order to hold, because it's 50% still capped at 250, but if you're a venue over 500 on up, it's 15% on top of that. So that adds the extra 75. To the 250. And there's a calculator that they have on their website. And so when we looked at that, that's really the number. So I still can't exceed 325, but beyond that, we're gonna get into some real specialty seating configurations, which might not be out of the question for some user groups that could still meet the criteria. Say for instance, a dance recital. So if they want to consign the tickets and sell them to their families, and through that sale still follows the executive order procedure, we might be able to look at getting larger seating pods together, and that could help increase it a little bit more. But we're really kind of getting that point where we're starting to cap out. We're not gonna be able to hit that 500, right?
Sure.
Without making a special situation like that.
So even if we got to 100% occupancy, if the 6-foot distancing order stayed in place, we'd still. We're just not gonna, it's not possible.
Yeah.
Correct.
Unless they allow pods of larger sizes, you might bump that number up ever so slightly, but at some point, we're just gonna hit our max if that 6-foot stays in place.
Yeah, we're hitting that threshold pretty soon. And what it does is it's really requiring the consumers to buy tickets in large groups together, just like if you're going to a restaurant. And versus having the flexibility of saying, I just want 2 tickets, or I want 3 tickets, or 4 tickets, you wouldn't have that choice as much, so.
It's kind of ironic.
I think it's when the executive order is lifted and you can go back to 100% and you don't have the social distance rule in place, then you can go back to truly 100%.
Correct.
You sell 100%, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Councilmember Keeley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, Brian, if there was one thing that you would ask of the governor, what would it be in loosening up or turning the dial up
I think if we could,
100%.
what I'd really like to have the ability to do is work with governmental officials who could evaluate our event-by-event needs, understanding what technologies, what systems we have in place within the facility to be able to provide as large an audience as possible.
Absolutely. And it seems reasonable to ask that you could present a preparedness plan for an event with distancing and managing the crowds. That in my based on my evaluation of the inconsistencies of the executive order that still exists today, that should be a reasonable ask that could potentially get you to 500 people. And so maybe that's, as we progress forward and you know, we hear signs that the governor's office is now getting more calls from both sides of the aisle to pull off of the executive order and maybe turn the dial up a little bit more. Maybe now's the time to pursue those discussions with the representative of the governor's office and DEED to make the case like, here, this is a safe plan that can get us to 500 people, which is dramatic, right? For you to go another 175 from 325 is quite a big jump, right? This is another 50% more. Short of the, Madam Mayor, the ultimate goal is take down the restrictions altogether. We're probably not quite there, but in the interim, as we get close to there, I think we're getting within striking distance of that in the near future. Now, I think is a good time to make that ask of those representatives and make a case, because it would seem to me that you'd have a better chance of getting a favorable response today than any time in the past, certainly.
Yeah, and with more and more people getting vaccinated, and they just opened a really big vaccinating venue. So, and we hit herd immunity, I think then the executive orders can be lifted.
You have a better resource at the Capitol than any of us, just pick up the phone.
I will. We were supposed to meet with the governor on Monday, but Brooklyn Center became the priority, and so that meeting is being rescheduled to a date in the future. Yeah,
Makes sense.
yeah. We'll talk about that, and we'll also talk to Commissioner Grove at DEED. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that aligns with the position of the restaurants and bars are into.
Yeah.
You know, really kind of that point.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, and oops. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Thanks for having me tonight.
Yes.
Excited to give you an overview of our standards of cover document.
I know, that was quite a document.
It is a large document, and I'm going to try to make it brief.
Yeah, and yes,
I know everybody's been here a while, and I know you're familiar with a lot of this, so please feel free to stop me if you have questions. I also have Assistant Chief Ritchie and Assistant Chief Dwyer in the audience if there's specific questions that they can address. So, again, thanks for the time.
Thank you.
Standards of cover is probably not a word we've heard of in a while here. Last done in 2000 as part of our accreditation process, and it's really a document that looks at our community baseline, the risk assessment, services provided, our system performance, and any evaluation or recommendations based on that. This is a model that's a best practice in the industry between the International Association of Fire Chiefs and the Center for Public Safety Excellence. They both have models that are very similar. So I'm going to jump right into kind of our community baseline. When you look at our historical call volume and shift in staffing levels, since the inception of the ambulance service and current model that we're in, we've had a 272% increase in our call volume, while our staffing has only increased 48%, and we expect that rise in demand to continue.
It's really good to see this all in one place. You talk about it all the time, but when you see the data in this document, it's really great, and because we look at the data on a monthly basis on all of your call volumes and so forth, and all of the activity, but to see it in this kind of historical level. And when I looked at those staffing levels and the number of calls, I'm thinking, oh my God.
Yeah, so
And it's not going to get any better.
Madam Mayor, you make a great point, is that lots of times we give data or give input on a single project versus looking at a strategic level and kind of pulling back. And we look at that stuff, but we don't have it published in one place. This gave us an opportunity to really have it in one place so that everybody can take a look and look for any trends that we have. We do bring in some revenue primarily from our EMS billing. That's the blue bar that you see there. We do have a little bit of revenue from other fees and services, permits, things like that. So the first big category is really the risk analysis, and there's common industry identified risk factors in our population inherently. Children under the age of 5, older adults 65 and older, people with disabilities, people in poverty, and populations that speak little or no English. There's a human fire vulnerability index. Again, it allows us to take the strategic look at those things and those trends that may affect our department and our success at serving those populations.
You
And
know,
I would
and-
say, while those are risk factors, they're also opportunities, and we've had great success in those areas. When you look, we've had in that risk area, kitchen fire that was extinguished by a family that attended our open house, and they knew what to do because of that. You look at our Keep the Burn Out of Burnsville program back from 2012 in our multifamily, and the impacts we've made and the lives we've saved because of that work. So I think this risk analysis is very important and keeps us really focused on what's important and what we can make a difference in. So when you look at kind of income level, we do have 25% of our population in 2017 dollars that is below the $35,000 per year. And it is considered 9.3% of the population below the poverty level, which is slightly higher, or it's a bit higher than Dakota County's average. When you look at our population by age, we have a fair amount of middle-aged folks or adults. As you will see, that'll come into factor later. If you remember where the 65 plus category is, which is less than 20% of our population.
I was surprised.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
You definitely would think it'd be a little higher, given the charts we're gonna see here in a minute.
Yeah, because we have quite a few, senior housing.
Yep. Now, Madam Mayor, what you have to remember is these are old, we don't have the current census data. So this is all projections from previous census data, so I would expect that to go
So
up.
this is 10 years ago
Yep.
data. That's what we have here. Okay.
So
we will
shift
update-
everything to the right.
Shift everything to the right by a decade.
Yeah.
That 45 to 54 and 55 to 64 is the coming balloon in the demand for senior housing.
Well, this is the reason why each time we have applications for senior housing, I'm always, and I talk about it, it's the demand on service and what that does mean. And it has a direct correlation to our staffing level and equipment and so forth. So, and then the other data that you're going to be presenting is just really something about mutual aid. Yeah.
So when I look at household demographics, we have about 30% that have one or more children, and then when you start to look at those that have 65 and older, the one that is the smaller bar in the middle is interesting. It's 10% of the population are households 65 and older and live alone. So when you look at those that are isolated or live alone, there's a significant part of our population that does do that.
Yeah.
This was also striking to me, the percentage of households that have a disability. 9.5% of the population in our community has a disability.
I was surprised at that data as well.
Yeah, it's amazing what you can get out of the census and how that correlates with our risk assessment.
Yeah.
When you look at English as a primary language, we have 18% that speak other than English as their primary language. Again, and I look back at that Keep the Burn Out of Burnsville, I think we're a trendsetter and a leader in making that in 4 languages and being responsive to our community. So we put all that together to have a risk a risk analysis. Again, it's based on property loss, life loss, and critical infrastructure protection. And it's based on really the probability of something happening as well as the consequences of that catastrophic event from happening. So then we stratify that into the risk assessment. Again, at the top there's a structure fire in a single family home versus a structure fire in a multifamily home. Severe weather, so on, you can read that. But We really try to prepare for and be ready for and mitigate those extreme and high-risk situations. We'll never be able to be prepared for every situation, but we want to spend our time on those high-risk and extreme-risk situations. So when you look at critical infrastructure and you look at the top 25 property values in Burnsville, again, that's critical infrastructure, things that we need to be aware of that we're protecting. And they're all over the map, all across town. Some are residential, some are commercial.
Yeah.
And then you look at the public infrastructure. Public Works and GIS was able to provide me this nice infographic. You don't realize how much we're protecting under the streets. You think about structure fires, but think about the gas leaks and all the other things that we go on and the infrastructure that we're protecting from that perspective. Then we also look at hazmat sites. We have a fair amount of hazmat sites, so sites within our town that meet the SARA Title II requirement for reporting on hazardous materials. Again, a fair amount of high risk within our community. So we look at historical risk, and that's really what our demand has been previously, right? And we break this down in a number of areas. So total incidents by month, you don't see a ton of variation. And you look at that to see if there's a reason for that, and also if you can stratify your staffing strategy around that. There's not enough of a variation here for us to make any real changes.
You know that hazmat site map?
Yep.
I've seen it before. It always scares me. They're
Is it
target areas.
Is it dry cleaners and automotive repairs and that kind of stuff?
Madam Mayor, council members, you know, it's a little bit of everything, right? It's chemicals for pools, it's, you know, you think of industrial places we have in town that have cleaners, they have process agents. We have some clean rooms in town that do processing. It runs the gamut. Generally, you don't get, these hazmat sites don't generally, they're not your consumer grade O'Reilly Auto Parts, right? I mean, you're talking significant quantities of things that we're concerned about, so.
Looks like one of them is a shuttered car wash and gas station, definitely in 13.
Yep, and that's because the quantity below ground. So you gotta get to a pretty high quantity to meet that, not just a consumer quantity, so. Yeah,
But the other thing is
Councilmember
that
Workman, you're exactly right.
we have a huge natural gas property in the area.
We do.
I mean, people don't understand how big that is, that CenterPoint
Yep. Yeah.
Energy. That's the one that scares me, because if somebody wanted to do harm.
The good part is they have good protection there, good security, and I feel really comfortable working with CenterPoint and their folks on that, so. We stay really engaged in those high-risk places, and our folks go out and do site visits to make sure they're familiar with them. So.
And Excel Energy. I mean, remember the big fire we had there?
Yeah, unfortunately, yes, we've had.
That was bad.
Was
but
really,
now it's no longer a coal plant.
No, I was probably the one that was most happy that it went to natural gas.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Yes.
Chief, quick question. Speaking of that plant, do they account for aerial issues, aerial intrusion, like by drone?
You know, Councilmember Keeley, I'm not 100% sure of their threat assessment and security down there. I would assume they would.
Yeah.
They're generally very on top of those kinds of things, but I'm not familiar with their particular plan on that area of it. So.
I'm not trying to give out ideas, just considering the
because
nature of and the proliferation of drones today.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yep. So in addition to month by month, we also look at the historical risk by day of week and time of day. And what you see is, irregardless of the day of the week, the daylight hours are our busiest. And we helped account for that with the peak demand unit a few years ago to help bolster our daytime response. So now you're seeing kind of an overall growth throughout the day and night. So then we start to look at what kind of properties do we spend our time at. The majority of it is residential, and at first glance that looks like any other city, but I'm gonna break that down a little bit farther here in just a second. When you start to look at that, we really spend a lot of time, if you look at that top bar graph, at residential board and care. So group homes, places that have 24/7 care that are not necessarily, it could be a nursing home, things like that. But then you look at multifamily dwellings are just as common as single family dwellings. So we spend a lot of time in the multifamily dwellings, which is unusual for a suburban fire department. You would expect that in an urban fire department. Suburban, it's a bit different. Then you get down to the bottom where we really break down into farther detail, the healthcare, detention, and correction property. And again, you see the 24-hour nursing home and our clinics make up for a fair amount of our calls for service in that category. So this is the one I wanted you to remember, what percentage of our population was by age, and we broke it down by age group, by population per 1,000. So it's what's the utilization rate per 1,000 in that group. And when you look at it, I draw your attention to the 50-59 crowd. We're at 78 people out of 1,000 use us per year. When you go up to 60 to 69, we're at 120. When you hit 70 to 79, we're at 308.
Wow.
And unfortunately, most of the folks that are 80 plus see us every year. You're at 816 out of 1,000 use us. And if you remember back, that 65 plus was less than about 18% of our population. And yet it accounts for a significant portion of our EMS utilization. Not unexpected, but I think we just have to be mindful of that. As Councilmember Keeley pointed out, is that shift is to the right when we see this next census data.
Yeah.
And I don't see that trend going away. If anything, it's gonna go up. When you look at all the data about the baby boomers hitting that age,
I agree.
the next 2 decades are gonna be significant in our demand.
Yeah.
They should just follow the mayor's example and get out and walk every day and
Yeah.
physically fit.
Stay healthy.
Stay healthy.
For sure. When you look at risk, there's trends. What I would say is there's a lot of trends going on. For us, we have older housing stock, so it's traditional construction, but what people put in their homes is what's more volatile for us. And for us, it leads to less margin for error as well as less survivable space. So that means that we need to act faster and can't really make mistakes. Otherwise, the effects can be very detrimental. So training and resources are really important. When you look at this just gives you an idea from the upper left. It's kind of a continuum. As that fire continues to increase, the survival rate decreases really rapidly. That's what I'm talking about, the smaller margin for error. And then from a infrastructure standpoint, you start to look at how long they're displaced and what the cost is. It goes up pretty quickly, and very quickly this becomes not fixable. And that's what we see pretty trending wise, is that insurance companies are pretty quick to salvage a house and start over.
Yeah.
You guys have seen these numbers before. This is pre and post grant as far as civilian injuries, civilian deaths, firefighter injuries, and content and property loss. And what you see is everything prior to 2012 has a significant number of civilian injuries and firefighter injuries. And then post grant, after keeping out the Keep the Burn Out of Burnsville prevention program and the multifamily housing inspections, we've made a significant change in the numbers we see.
Yeah.
And I'm really proud of that, not
Yeah,
only for the fire department, but city staff in code enforcement and police, all of us working together to really address this issue, and it's clearly saved lives.
Wow. And look at, for our firefighter injuries went down.
Significantly.
Oh my gosh, from 2011 to
Yep.
2019.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, that's real firefighters' careers and lives, and insurance costs and backfilling costs. There's a lot to that, keeping our firefighters healthy and ready to go, so.
Yeah, good work.
Thank you. It's a team effort, and people have done a great job making that work. So then we have great GIS folks in the city and start to heat map all this kind of stuff. So you look at all of our structure fires from 2004, as far back as we have digital data on, through 2019, and you get an idea of where the structure fires occur. Again, then we take that and we go by property type. And again, this is not what you would expect to see in a suburban department. You see multifamily dwellings at 49% of our structure fires. So we spend a significant amount of time in multifamily dwelling structure fires compared to single family or any other property type. Then we mapped all of our fire incidents, not just structure fires, and we did that by rental licenses. And then we did the incidents by category. Again, these are broad categories that you see in the monitoring report monthly. So, fires, hazardous conditions, fire calls, service calls, things like that. And this is only on the fire side. We excluded the EMS because that'll skew the data, as you know. About 80% of our calls are EMS.
Yeah.
What does good intent call?
good intent, it'd be someone that's driving by and might see smoke
yeah.
and calls it in. You know, about 80% of our calls are on cell phones, so, you know, they call, they think something's on fire, you get there, there's nothing happening. They were a passerby and just assumed something was happening, and you get there and nothing's happening. It was just a good intent to call us to try to help with something.
Okay.
Yep. So then we looked at EMS risks and we overlaid that with facilities of interest, okay? So this is assisted livings, nursing homes, group homes, things like that. You see those concentrations of EMS calls, particularly when you look at the Ridges campus, you know, that's stacked with both clinics as well as.
Yeah, big concentration.
As well as senior facilities. No different than the fire calls per day is the time of day, day a week, again, tends to trend from that 8 a.m. till about 8 or 9 p.m. The daylight hours when people are awake tend to have more medical issues. So then we look at system performance. You've seen a lot of these measures. This gives you an idea on the EMS call processing time. So this is the time that the 911 dispatcher picks up the phone until we get notified. So the average is 1 minute and 36 seconds. The 90th percentile, so 9 out of 10 citizens experience a 2 minute and 42 second processing time or less. So we look at the 90th percentile for our reliability because an average is a coin flip essentially. Then we look at time on task. How much time do we spend on each call? So the average, again, we're about 45 minutes on calls, and then the 90th percentile is about an hour and 20 minutes. And so that's everything from when they picked up the 911 phone call until our units are clear. It doesn't mean they're back to the station, they're just available for another call. That doesn't mean they've restocked or done any of that work. Specific to EMS, it has a different data set of where do we spend our time, but it's very similar where single family and multifamily make up the majority of the calls that we go on. When you look at our primary impressions, so the paramedics when they get there, what are they seeing when they get there? The majority of them are pain due to trauma or injury, that's the highest number. And then again, you can see a number of different plethora of reasons, weakness, you know, behavioral health, syncope where someone passes out. This is an important slide just to show you the success of defibrillation. This is the importance of community CPR and working as a team and having dispatch be able to give CPR instructions, because the longer someone goes without defibrillation and without CPR, the less the chance of survival. And the reality is that we can't have an ambulance on every corner or a fire truck or a police officer, but trying to make sure the community is engaged and that we have a robust response system so that we can get there as soon as possible to provide that defibrillation if an AED isn't available. This is dispatched by acuity, so this alpha is the lowest acuity along with omega, and then it goes up to the highest acuity, which is that echo response. That's a cardiac arrest where someone's not breathing. And what I would point out here is I think we have some of the most efficient response model on the EMS side around. If it's that alpha response and there's no security threat, 2 firefighter paramedics go on that call by themselves. We don't send an ambulance, we don't send a fire engine, we don't send a police officer. They handle that low acuity medical by themselves. And I think that's an important distinction between a lot of people's models where a private ambulance responds along with police and or fire to every call in their city. So when you look at the majority of our ambulance calls, they're handled by 2 firefighter paramedics. And that keeps all their fire resources, other police resources available to do their task.
It's pretty efficient.
I believe it is very efficient, Madam Mayor. Again, incident mode, everybody thinks that if they're not going lights and sirens, they're not going to call. The reality is, you know, 37% of our calls, we're going without lights and sirens. Those low acuity calls, we are not racing through town, changing lights, things like that. The dispatch center has done their screening and there is no reason to go lights and sirens. The same thing is when we pick you up, 95% of the time, we are not giving you a red lights and sirens trip to the hospital. It's, you know, we may have the patient in back and you never know the difference. Unless the patient condition needs it, we don't go red lights and sirens. This is a response time continuum just to tell you everything from when the event happens until we're notified, until we get on scene and actually are able to, again, restore normalcy. And the reality is here, and the reason I bring this up is people talk about response time, everybody measures it a little differently. There is no standard response time? Does it include the call processing time? But there's a couple pieces of data that we can't control, such as when do people know that there's a problem? You know, if there's a fire in the middle of the night and no one notices it, it gets a head start, there's nothing we can do.
Yeah.
Until we are notified. We work closely with the dispatch center to make sure that that data and that processing time is as fast as it can be and as efficient as it can be. This chart just talks about response times based on call types in those conditions.
Wow, 739 false alarms.
Yep.
Yeah.
Councilmember Keely, you're absolutely correct. And I think that number's gotten better with our prevention division following up on those and our escalating fees and a couple other things we've done. So it looks significant, but I think we're in a pretty good place with that compared to where we were.
Thank you.
So what you can see here is the majority of our response times are, you know, on average, 3.5 to 4 minutes. And at the 90th percentile, we're somewhere between 5.5 to 6.5 minutes. So pretty standard response time for a suburban community.
Yeah, that's really good, because we've always gone back and forth about what is the appropriate response time.
Yep.
And,
And Madam Mayor, I'll correct that. The right column I'm looking at is travel only. If
Yeah.
I look at the full response time, we're somewhere between 6 minutes and 9 minutes, all inclusive of our response time, which is what we've been measuring. Which
is really terrific.
Yeah, Madam Mayor and Council, in my opinion, I think it's important we measure from the time they call 911 until we arrive. Even if we don't have control over all those pieces, that's the experience that our citizens are experiencing.
Yeah.
And it's important that we measure that.
Yeah, and you've communicated that many times.
Then we looked at drive time analysis, and the reason I put 2 of them on here is because Fire Station 1 is moving a few blocks at the end of the year. So just so that you know, the coverage, the colored area is the coverage that we can reach in a 6-minute drive time. And the graph on the right is where the new Station 1 is located. So we ensured that by moving Station 1, we don't reduce coverage, that we still maintain a good level of 6-minute travel time coverage.
Yeah,
And it looks like the coverage on the map on the right is actually larger than the
yeah,
coverage on the
the
left.
Station 2.
It gets further into southern Burnsville.
Councilmember Keely, you're absolutely
Yeah.
correct, is that we actually pick up some of southwest Burnsville that we didn't previously have within 6 minutes, so, absolutely.
Yeah.
This graph talks about both geography and demand. It combines those 2 measures and puts them in one graph. So we need 2 resources in order to geographically cover the city to meet that 6-minute travel time or that 9-minute response time. And then you layer on top the demand that we continue to see, and then that's where the red, or that's where the top of that graph is. So blue is the demand, gray is our geographical coverage with 2 units, and red is the amount of units that we staff currently and what our availability is. So what you see based on the 2019 data is for a significant portion of the day, we're exceeding our resources, meaning that we're leaving the city depleted of any other resources. So as additional calls come in, we don't have those resources, which goes in line with what we're gonna talk about with mutual aid coming up, so. So this is our mutual aid given and received. So given is the blue bar, and orange is the yellow bar. So you can see for a number of years, it wasn't real mutual. We were receiving a lot more than we were giving. What I will share with you, particularly in the last 2 years, you see that blue bar go up. We are giving for a couple more reasons. Is one, now that we have that 3rd ambulance on 12 hours a day, we are more available to help our neighbors with EMS. But secondly, some of our neighbors are also turning career on the fire side, and we can do auto aid a lot easier because we're not calling in volunteers, and we don't feel as bad on calling them in from home on something that they may or may not be needed for.
Speaking
of
call.
Yeah, speaking of call.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
One of the things that I've always worried about, Chief, is that how much we receive in mutual aid, and I was wondering when some of our friends are gonna say, wait a minute, Burnsville.
Yep. Yeah, Madam Mayor, I think that's a great point, and I would tell you prior to the peak demand unit, I think we were getting very, very close to that.
Yeah, I can't imagine what this looked like. I can't remember where when did we add those?
really went into effect around 2016.
Yeah.
We received the grant in 2015, but by the time you train them and get them up and running, that was
Yeah.
really a 2016 effect, and that's where you start to see that kind of
Thank,
down.
yeah. And thank God we did that, and you're still short.
Well, in the years 2015 and 16 were peak
Yeah.
for mutual aid received.
Correct.
At the same time that we were adding, was that just the call volume, nature of the calls at that time were
Councilmember Keeley, some of that is just, the luck of the draw. If all these calls were spaced out equally, it would be easier to manage. So some of that was that, and some of that was just getting that truck up and running, and a whole new staffing model takes a bit to figure out the response model. So I think it was a combination of the two. It took us a little bit to get it up and running and at its max efficiency. But the second and most uncontrollable piece is how often do multiple calls come in at once?
right?
Yeah.
So the 2019 was and 2018 were a really good year from your relationship
Yeah.
with our neighbors
Mutual
that
aid.
provide that mutual aid. They were pretty gratified to to have it at least close to balanced.
Yeah, they weren't giving a lot to Burnsville,
After
We're
many
eating
years
up-
of a lopsided,
Yeah.
win-lose type of thing, it finally became win-win, right?
Yeah.
For sure. I mean,
We were eating up all of their resources.
There was a joke in the industry about the Burnsville truck from one of our neighbors that spent more time here than in our own city, so, yes, for
Yeah.
sure.
But that's good that, that graph gives us a good indication of what happens when we staff right
Correct, and Madam
and
Mayor,
we
we'll,
right size.
we'll talk about it here in a minute, but I
Okay.
think part of that is we'll be back there if we don't.
If
take
we
some-
don't keep, yeah,
Take some action to stay up with that.
yeah,
So this gives you an idea, I'm a visual person, this gives you an idea what's staffed every day. So from 8 AM to 8 PM is the figure 72. So there's one engine with 3 firefighters on it. Then there's medic 1 and medic 3 that both have 2 firefighter paramedics. We have engine 2 with 2 firefighters on it, and then medic 2 with 2 firefighters on it. And then at night, you see we have the same staffing, except the medic 3 folks are not there, because that's the 12-hour truck. So you go down to 2 ambulances and 2 engines overnight. Another analysis, what's driving some of our overtime and some of our demands within the walls is some of that is what we call non-duty firefighters, non-full duty firefighters. And that can be from long-term illnesses, injuries, turnovers, and retirements. If we lose somebody, it can take us up to 6 months to get somebody on board and trained. Then we also look at the benefit time off. How much time do people take, and are they entitled to, and are we giving them the time that they need? Or are we paying it to them in money? And we have to cover for that time when they take it off. On the flip side of that, if we pay them money, they're not taking the time away to decompress. So it's kind of a catch-22, and we want to make sure that we're taking care of our staff and that they're given the time away from the department so that they can decompress from what their job is. And when you look at our years of service, you will see we have a very young department. In the past 5 years, we've turned over half the department.
I
And
know.
we have a very young department. All the original folks that we hired when we first went to firefighter paramedics have since retired. And we have a lot of young and energetic folks, and we're very fortunate to have great people and to really have the pick of the litter of folks. And we continue to have that. But I think it's pretty amazing to look at what that graph looks like. And then to think about in the next 5 years, we don't have a ton in the next 5 years, but once we hit the 5 to 10 year mark, we're gonna have another cycle of that.
Yeah.
Complicating things, when you look at our recruitment, you look at the left side from 2014 until 2020, in less than a decade, we've cut our applicants in half. The paramedic schools are seeing the same issue. This isn't an unusual situation, but it's something that we need to address and look at a different way of recruiting. And the idea that they're gonna come to us trained is no longer true, because we wanna make sure we still hire the top quality candidates.
Yeah.
Could you go back one? In 2016, November, is it the number of applicants meeting minimum qualifications was 8, but you didn't have any, were those carryovers from prior months?
Councilmember Keeley, yeah, that was kind of a refresh from the previous, we pulled who we didn't interview from the last time and re-interviewed them, so yes, they were a carryover from the previous process. Great observation.
Yeah.
Well, and that's a remarkable fall off, and I'm thinking that your counterparts in our other public safety department, PD, is probably seeing a similar chart.
yeah, Councilmember Keeley, I won't speak for Chief Schwartz, but I know all of public safety is seeing a significant decline in applications, and I think that's police, fire, and EMS altogether, so.
Yeah.
Forecasted call volume, again, this is based on 2019 numbers. I don't want to use 2020 or 2021 given the pandemic. 2019 is about the last good year of data we're going to have. But when you look at it, we're going to continue to see that 3 to 7% increase in call volume. And again, when you look at it, we're at about 78% is EMS. And then we really get into that concurrent calls. So when does more than one call happen at a time? So when you look at the number of incidents occurring and the number of times that we have more than one occurring at a time, that continues to go up. And given the fact that we can handle 3 non-critical calls at once during the day and 2 at night, as the call volume rises, I'll anticipate that the concurrent calls will go up commensurately. So this is the idea, or the measure of 4 incidents occurring at one time and 5 incidents occurring at one time. And you see that the number of times that we have 4 and 5 incidents occurring at one time continues to increase. Again, that continues to exceed our capacity given our current resource allocation. So then you break it down based on our CAD system that we received in 2016 out at DCC. And it looks at how many times do we not have any units that from Burnsville available to dispatch. So in 2018, that was 58 times, 2019, that was 57 times. And throughout that year, there were 16 times where we had absolutely no Burnsville units that could even clear from a call to respond to that call. And then, again, then you look at it, our folks do a great job. I want to point out that really far right yellow column. We are very fortunate to have Fairview Ridges in town where 70% of those patients get transported. They will drop off a patient and clear and try to get to that call as soon as they can. So a good chunk of those times, our firefighter paramedics go in, make sure that the patient's cared for, get that transfer, and then try to get to that call as soon as possible. Unit hour utilization, this takes into account from the time of dispatch until they clear, what percentage of time are they on calls. The typical utilization is about 10% for the EMS units and a little less than 10% for fire units. So as you can see, all of our EMS units continue to exceed the expected average. 0.30 or 30% is the highest you'd ever want to get on those. Effective response force, this is the recommended amount of firefighters that you need for a 2,000 square foot house with no basement, which is not many of the houses in our town that we go to, let alone our multifamily. So it recommends 15 to 16 firefighters. And right now at night when we have 9, this is what shows up, and the circles in red are what we cannot get with our own resources if everybody is available. And again, this is if it's single family, and remember that 49% of ours are in multifamily. So the key to fire response is having a pool of resources readily available to handle critical tasks in a timely fashion. So now if you go and you look back to when we're depleted a bit, the top one is when we have 9 firefighters, the bottom one is if we have 5. So if our medic rigs are tied up on calls, you look at how many red circles we have of the tasks we can't complete. Now we do call mutual aid and auto aid, but again, they're coming from a distance, right? So even if they start in our staff, there's still a distance to overcome. So we look at community expectations. We continue to get high marks and satisfaction from our community. They're very supportive of us, and we're very thankful for their support. We do survey a percentage of all of our patients to get their satisfaction on everything from dispatch to billing to patient care to the ambulance ride, things like that. And we continue to get high marks and above average marks compared to peer agencies across the U.S. Sorry for taking up so much time, but I will get to the recommendation piece and kind of what we came up with. There's 4 pieces to this. Staffing is number 1. You saw that we have 1 engine staffed with 3 firefighters and we have another one with 2. As the ambulances get more busy, it's important that that second engine is staffed with 3 so that it can function independently, because right now we rely on the staff from the ambulance to cross staff into the engine to staff that so that they can even fight a car fire. So staffing that, that is what we've applied for the SAFER grant for, us for the engine staffing. So we hope to be successful on that. The relief staffing, as we hire more staff, people need to take time off, sick vacation time. We need people to backfill that. That's what relief staffing is. That additional ambulance 24/7 is 6 FTEs. And then as was identified in our 2015 study, adding that battalion chief 24/7. Right now, we have a captain at each fire station, and asking them to oversee the entire town and also do the command role at these incidents is a lot, and has been recommended, and I would support us getting battalion chiefs to oversee the entire function of our city 24/7. And then a fire analyst. We have 12 disparate systems, so to have someone that can help us aggregate and work with GIS and really keep this standard of cover up and going, and really help us focus on where we put our resources and our energy is really important. On the data quality side, as you look at this, you find more holes in it. So we want to, again, put resources to providing quality assurance and working on those 12 systems. We want to work on communication both internally and externally. Internally, we want to provide more real-time information for performance and situational awareness. Externally, we want to make sure that we're transparent and automated for analytics and educate the public on our performance and our mission. So how are we going to do that? Is we want to benchmark against industry standards, knowing that we may not ever meet them, but at least use that as a place to compare to. And then following the risk reduction model of measuring both engineering, emergency response, economic incentives, education, and enforcement. Those are really the 5 keys to reducing risk from a fire and EMS perspective. So the measures that I know City Manager Lee is going to present are really targeted from a fire and EMS perspective around the risk reduction model to try to really focus our energy around the things that we know can make a difference. We've proven that with the keep the burn out of Burnsville programs. So I know I went through a lot really quick. Appreciate your time.
That was the fastest, most efficient presentation
Yeah.
of an enormous amount of data, and all very good. Really
Yeah.
stopped and highlighted the things that I think that were very critical.
It's very good. So the thing is, with the grant, the SAFER grant that you applied for, how many FTEs are you going to, was that for?
Madam Mayor,
3?
that's 3 FTEs
3.
from the SAFER grant for 3 years, yep.
Yeah. That brings you to,
That would bring us to 48 authorized FTEs.
what does that look like with regard to your plan?
So that's step 1 out of those kind of 5 or 6 steps. I can't remember if
Yeah.
I'm going back, but that's one step of that. We'll have to continue to work with everybody and city staff to come up with some options to bring back to you on how do we continue to pursue the next steps of that recommendation.
Yeah, because it would be hard if we start to fall back on the mutual aid piece when we know what fixes that.
Madam Mayor, that's correct. I mean, we want to be proactive and not get in the situation we were before,
Yeah.
and definitely be proactive and be prepared, knowing that this demand is going to continue to increase, so.
Yeah, and that helps us prepare for the future on how we look at budgeting once we're off the SAFER.
Yes, correct,
Right.
yeah.
So these are all things that we have to think about when we look at budgeting, so that we can right-size and meet the expectations of the future. Yeah. Councilmember Keeley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There was a lot of slides with some data in there that was very moving. And the demographics give you sort of that higher level. But the one that really, to me, I don't know that I've ever seen that particular data point before. I'm sure in previous years, but I don't specifically remember it, was the slide that showed in that 1 year, 58 calls where we were inadequately staffed to handle.
Yeah.
And there was about 25% of those where we had absolutely nobody.
Yeah.
That, to me, is a scary position for a city to be in when people pay taxes.
Yeah.
And our first duty is to protect our citizens.
Yeah.
And that involves our phenomenal police department that is so community-based and so relationship-driven, and our fire department and EMS that when you have a crisis, a health crisis, you know, I just can't imagine that we were in that situation. And obviously, we had to scramble with mutual aid and get somebody there. But that, to me, doesn't say much for the city if that's the situation we're in. And obviously, it's gotten to that situation because the demand has grown. So I'm glad that you applied for the SAFER grant. We can get those additional 3 in, and hopefully that eliminates those cases. Now, you can't do anything about the clustering of things. Sometimes just things happen all at the same time, and it's unfortunate, but, and you don't wanna, staff 365 days of the year for 1 or 2 days when there's just this strange overlap of events. But that's the beauty of mutual aid and having the additional resources to draw from. But that slide really kind of hit home for me. That we have a deficiency in the staffing, so I'm glad we got this, you're applying for that. I hope we get it. There is a risk that it may not be awarded to us, correct?
Correct.
And to me, then the onus is on us to figure out from a budget standpoint how we can support those positions, because we don't want that kind of circumstance to happen.
That data point is very, very much what you look at and you say, oh my God. Because you do talk about it, but when you see it comprehensively and in the context of the whole system, then you look at it and you say, we can't do that anymore, where we're not paying attention to right sizing and right staffing. To Councilmember Keeley's, the expectation is that we, who have been elected to be good stewards and to provide the service, if we don't give you the resources you need, both in human resources and capital resources, then we're not doing our job for the people of Burnsville and the businesses of Burnsville when they need that. So we've got some work to do. We know what it was, and both you and I looked at that slide and said, oh my God. And then when we did get the SAFER grant and added those folks, we saw what happened. So we know what we need to do.
If there was a cost charged back then for the mutual aid, I mean, we would be paying.
Oh, my
obviously,
God.
far more than we would be paid for the ones that we were covering, right? So you have to think of it in terms of dollars and cents to some degree. We were deficient in our account because we weren't providing as much mutual aid as we were receiving. I'm glad that we finally got that in balance based on the last couple of years on your chart. But that correlation of the population growth and the aging and the chart doing this, there's a point where you just cannot support without additional people. I mean, there's a direct correlation to the number of calls and what staff is required to respond to those calls. And many of these calls are medic, right? The majority of them. So it's a health. It could be a life or death. We have to be there with the right resources to be able to respond. I can't imagine what those circumstances were with those calls on that chart where we didn't have anybody that could respond, and we ended up having to sort of, call for outside help to get there, and they have a longer travel time because they're not as close to, they may not have been as close to that person who's in need as what we would have been had we been able to get there.
Councilmember Keeley, I think you make a very valid point, is our folks take great pride in taking care of their community and are very connected to our community, and it's very difficult for them when they can't serve the community and the needs are greater than what they can provide, and they feel like they let the community down. So it's very tough when they can't.
Yeah, that's on us for giving you what you need to, because the responsibility falls on the 5 people at this dais that make the decision to give you the support you need. So thank you.
Councilmember Workman.
Well, into the moving graph, I don't think BJ spent a lot of time on this, but with the new housing stock that's coming in, and we talked about this in our one-on-one, is the multifamily developments and how much added time and stress that's gonna put on the department. I mean, you touched on that, but I mean, that's a pretty integral part to how this department's gonna look in the next 5 or 10 years. And all of that considered is rolled into these figures, correct?
Councilmember Workman, absolutely. We're planning those projections as part of this. Yep.
Okay.
With the anticipated growth. So yeah, I mean, this is really what we anticipate the next 5 to 10 years to look like.
Yeah, and we really have to pay attention to that. And you guys hear me say, I'm always trying to balance the demand for services and services. And you've talked to us in the past about this mutual aid, and that we're always exercising mutual aid for us. But boy, when you see it in a graph that really shows you, because I've always wondered, when are they going to say, okay, Burnsville, enough?
Kind of rude.
Enough.
Can't help you on this one.
Yeah, and it is, we're eating their resources.
Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to close out with one other. I just want to close out with one other comment. There, you know,
Not on camera.
for those folks who are looking at this and knowing that this is a higher cost to the city, it is, but it's commensurate with the higher demand based on demographics and even population.
Yeah.
And I have always been open, as you know, Madam Mayor, going all the way back to '07 when I first came to office here, to development and growth, regardless of whether it was senior housing or not. You have always been very, very cautious about the demands on the services. We're obviously going through a building boom of some apartment complexes, and some of those are senior. Those additional property taxes that development is helping to fund what the city's needs are to protect those citizens who are going to live in those apartments. And it may not be an even dollar to dollar type of thing, but we do have a lot of growth right now we're enjoying, and it's helping bring more revenue in to the city, aside from all the, you know, the COVID and COVID-related federal funding coming through. So, you know, there is a cost because we're growing and our demographic is aging and we need services. Your chart of the 70 plus and the 80 plus and how many times you see them, I think the 80 plus was 816 times, if I remember right, out of 1,000 per year. You know, that's the way humans age and need more medical care. So the medical care, the first call is 911, and that call, you know, that EMS call goes to you and your staff. So we have to put this in place.
Yeah.
Or who would want to live in a city that isn't taking care of the emergency services that this population is demanding?
Yeah. Especially when you look and our codes have really helped with regard to fire. And so you see the EMS calls, and I look at those numbers every month and see it just grow and grow and grow. And the nice thing is that I don't know, Chief, how many other fire departments have both cross-trained, that all firefighters are paramedics. And paramedics is higher than EMST, the emergency medical technicians. Because you can, with the paramedics, you can administer medication. EMTs can't.
And Madam Mayor, you're correct that the paramedic level is higher. We are one of very few firefighter paramedic agencies. Very few fire departments have the luxury of owning their ambulance license like we do. So we're fortunate to have that. There were people well before me that made great decisions to set us up for success with this and provide the high level of service to our community that they enjoy day in and day out.
Yeah, and that's why you get the high marks from our citizens. Yeah. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Nicely done. Thank you. Okay. I think this is the last item.
It is, Madam Mayor.
But we still have roundtable.
Yeah, the strategic.
I've got an iPad full of notes, so get ready.
Strategic priority measurables, City Manager Mescali.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm just queuing up the presentation right now here. This mouse is being a little...
Good thing there wasn't a curfew imposed tonight.
Yeah.
Well, we do not want to skip by this topic, I tell you what.
This is essential work.
This is, so as we think about what you heard tonight, Madam Mayor and Council, I think it's founded on the discussion that we're going to have next.
Yeah.
And it's really about how we do the work that we do to live our vision, values, and priorities. And so I put together a brief presentation for you tonight to walk through, because earlier this year, the council asked for some specific staff to work on some measurables for 2021. So I'll look backwards a little bit, and over the last year or two, the council's done a great job of being introspective and reevaluating your vision, your values, your strategic priorities. The vision and priorities that you see before you tonight, those were adopted last March. So we say that we want to be a vibrant city, boldly leading and welcoming to all, and our priorities align with that, right? Our priorities is safety, community engagement, community development, sustainability, transportation, and organizational services. Then, about August last year, after the council met and discussed, you established some values. And these are the values that say, we believe our service to the community makes a difference through these foundational components. That's respect, belonging, stewardship, adaptability, and being ethical. And then last October, staff brought forward some measurables, some examples of how we would propose to measure the priorities and the vision that the council's established, so we can demonstrate to you and to the community that the work we're doing meets the expectations of the council. So I'm going to walk through what the council had adopted. So safety is, we are committed to community safety, and within each of these priorities, the council adopted 3 bullet points that kind of broadly describe what does that mean to us. And then when we went to the measurables in October, staff brought forward some measurables, and these are just kind of the highlights of them, right? The full information is within your packet. Public safety training, behavioral health safety with both housing and schools, real-time access to data, and Chief just talked about that, right? But it's really founded in relationship building. So when the council provided some feedback, they said, we want staff, we want you to really make sure that we're focusing on neighborhood policing, on that behavioral health component, and we want to be able to understand the current challenges that our public safety staff is facing. So we are doing an incredible amount of public safety training that is intended to make sure our staff is resilient and that they have 21st century policing, the procedural justice. We are a leading edge organization. We also want to make sure that we are taking good care of our staff and that we have that behavioral health focus, that we are supporting our staff so they can best serve the community. That mental health, that behavioral health focus. I'm highlighting these because these are items that we identified last fall. The council said, yep, you guys are in line with this. So then I'm going to go on to what we're proposing for this year. And then real-time public safety data access. And this is, I think, gets to what challenges do we have as we go to provide service. So based on what the council adopted in October of 2020 and what council indicated in early 2021, we are suggesting that we will measure success by these 3 items: integrating our community engagement and behavioral health unit. And this is training on strategies for our staff to be as effective as possible, working with the community members in crisis, but not only our community members, but also their families, their support systems, both in and outside of crisis. Expanding our public safety wellness initiatives, and this is really getting to, I think BJ mentioned this earlier, about making sure our staff is able to take the time off. We want to make sure that we have staff throughout the organization that is healthy, they're safe, they're taken care of, and they know that we will support them. And item C is handling calls, reliably handling a vast majority of our calls without need for mutual aid. And all of these things do take resources to get us there. What I thought I would do, Madam Mayor and Council, I should have started with this. I'll walk through these. I'll entertain questions at any time. So just jump in if you have any questions or feedback for us. At the end of tonight, we'll look for feedback and final adoption for the council at a future council meeting. Okay, community development is our next priority. We said these are the things that are important to us. These are the things that we are going to watch, that we're balancing growth and development, that we've got a balance and diversity in our housing type, and that we're focusing on them being safe, that we have safe housing available for our community, and that we're being creative on development or redevelopment, because we're a redevelopment community, strategies to maintain our community resilience and to maintain our vibrancy. So the areas that we identified to measure for the council broadly are really to be measuring our permit data, our tax-based valuation, really working on the plans that we have in place. And you know what? The council said earlier this year, they said, yep, we want to make sure that you're focusing staff on the areas where economic development can occur. So be creative with that. So that really aligns with the things that we've already identified. You also said, make sure we're working on those plans that we have in place, those redevelopment priorities of MRQ, of HOC, of Center Village and Burnsville Center and County Road 42 areas. So based on all of that, we are suggesting we measure success by reporting and measuring permit data and tax value. To Councilmember Keeley's point, we are seeing that. We are seeing that growth, and that's very exciting.
That'd be good data to have on an ongoing basis.
Indeed. Providing activity summary for the development areas that you've identified as priorities. And then, again, reporting on activities completed within our economic development strategic plan. Any of these items, any of these 3 items does not preclude the other items that staff identified last fall. I would not suggest it does. I think these are just really targeted ways to report to the council.
Yeah.
Community engagement, as you recall, we went through an engagement strategic plan last year, and the council has said we really want to make sure that we are actively engaged with the community. We want to make sure that we are seen as a preferred community, high quality of life, and that we've got a really wide variety of programs and services and amenities for our wide variety of community members. So last fall, these were the items that we said we want to make sure that we're engaging actively with the community. We really think engagement is the key word here. It's relationships, it's opportunities to participate and build those connections. We also want to focus on equity and making sure that the programs and the services that we're providing are an equity lens is being used, so we can make sure if there are populations in our community that we are not reaching out to now, that we can remedy that. We can be very intentional about that work. And the council said, we really want to make sure that you're being intentional with that engagement. We want to make sure that you are using equity lens as you begin this work, and we know that diversity and inclusion work that you are beginning to undertake, we will work to engage the community with those discussions as well, because we are committed to being that welcoming community. So based on that, we have prepared 4 measurables, which is using a plan that we've adopted already, which is that communications and community engagement strategic plan, using that as a foundation to help us meet those goals that we've identified. Actively seeking feedback, actively seeking response from those that are engaged in our programs and our activities, and also trying to figure out how do we get to those that we aren't working, that we haven't connected with. Item C, we've pulled that from organizational services. It was something that we had identified, and it really gets to that inclusion and belonging and engaging with our community. And then using data to tailor communication and engagement based on community demographics and communication preferences. So we are in the process of doing our community survey right now. I think that's going to give us some good information to work from on this measurable. Our next priority is about transportation and infrastructure. And again, like many things, it's about relationships, it's about partnering, and it's about being creative. So last fall, we identified a half a dozen items that we think are really good measurements for us to help meet that vision and those goals. Multimodal, and the multimodal opportunities, and we are doing a multimodal wave analysis this year. We know that we need to be creative in how we maintain our infrastructure, and using data to assess that, and using emerging trends to evaluate that is one way to help meet that goal. And again, using those innovative strategies gets to Councilmember Keeley's comments earlier about drones, about autonomous vehicles, about new ways that our community is using our infrastructure to get from point A to point B. So based on that, we've created 4 measurables, which is the multimodal and complete streets plan, using data from our asset management system. So using the data that we're collecting to assess the conditions and investments for council consideration, communicating how our infrastructure is maintained using sustainability as a metric, really being creative about that and really being innovative about that. And again, using technology to improve how people can move around the community. Down to the last two. Sustainability is a key component that the city of Burnsville values. In late 2020, we identified a half a dozen things that we said we think are as important to measure. And the council said, we also want to make sure that you are expanding how we can do organics recycling. So we know that we have an opportunity to get the community engaged with this. You also said, let's take a look at how our codes drive any actions that are contrary to environmental best practices. We're doing the comprehensive code review right now, and we're taking all of this feedback into consideration. And then let's get our sustainability plan and put it into action. So you'll see the theme throughout this is we've got plans that we've adopted, and we want to work the plans. We don't want them to just sit on a shelf. So accordingly, we've put in proposing three measurables. Using data to expand community organics recycling. Part of that is how to reduce barriers of participation. Is it language barriers? Is it housing type barriers? Is it awareness barriers? So thinking really broadly about how we can reach out to those who might not normally be engaged in that. Reporting on projects that improve our surface water quality and upland habitat areas. And finally, integrating our sustainability plan initiatives. Bringing that plan to life. Now our final one, and it's far from final because I think much of what we heard tonight, much we talked about is people focused. The work that we do is people focused. We saw with Chief Jungman's slides tonight that we have aging demographics. We have changing community needs. We have really a high expectation for how we serve the community, and the council has a bold vision. So part of what we want to be able to do is make sure that we are structured in a way that helps meet those goals of the council. So these three bullet points were what we adopted last March. We identified actions that we will take that we think gets us to being an employer of choice, gets us to being an employer that recognizes the value of our communities and high-level service. So we have identified three measurables for this. And again, these are not intended to be all-inclusive, but just simply areas that we can measure and report back to the council. The annual engagement survey and conducting organizational development activities to connect staff to their work. So you've heard Peter Drucker say, culture, eat strategy for breakfast. That's what we need to do. We need to make sure that we are creating an environment where our employees are engaged to the work they're doing, because if we take good care of our employees, they will take good care of each other, they will take good care of our community, and we see that, and it's very important. We also say that we're going to complete at least 5 process improvement projects. We are rolling this out. It's starting in our organizational development service department, but it is really about taking a look at how are we doing something. Does it still make sense? What lessons can we learn from it? How can we gain efficiencies? And what can we scale it? Can we share it across the organization? And then championing the best practices to engage our diverse community. We moved this over to community engagement, but I'm also going to say it really lands here as well. This is about the investment we're taking with our staff on development within strengths work, within the belonging and inclusion work, so we can understand how we can best serve our community. So all of these investments are important to us as we think about the challenges, and we saw some of those challenges as we talked throughout the work session tonight. So I jumped through that quick. I know you've seen this before. I think it's very helpful to see all the data together, all the work that you've pulled together over the last year and a half to get us to this point. And so with that, I'd be happy to stand for any questions or get your feedback on those measurables.
Actually, in going through all of this, Melanie, I want to thank you and staff because, I've said, give us 3 or 4 things that we can measure. So when we look at the organization's evaluation on what the organization has achieved, it's part of your evaluation and the whole staff's evaluation. What I really like about what you're focused on is taking care, and you all have heard me say, if we take care of our employees, they're going to take care of our residents and our businesses, because when they feel valued, that's going to be. The other thing with the organizational services, you're customer-centric in the things that you're doing right now and the things that you're pulling together. So I really appreciate all of that, and I appreciate that there are things that we can focus on and we can say, yes, we've accomplished those things in 2021. Celebrate those accomplishments. So, and what I see also is that there's a knitting with each of the priorities. When you come from public safety to community development to infrastructure, transportation, all of that, and you look at sustainability, it's an organization that is well woven together. So, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Keeley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When I was reading through this background, this is a lot of stuff, but as I went through each of those areas and saw the checklist of this is what we're gonna do, I remembered all those prior discussions, all these bullet points sort of brought all that back, and I went, wow, this is very comprehensive. It hit on all those things that we talked about over a fairly lengthy period of time. Yeah, putting it all together. So, the summary and the goals, the objectives were very clear, and they're all very measurable, and I appreciate that. I agree with Madam Mayor's comment about this integrates everything within what our goals of the city are the goals that we're gonna evaluate you on. It's the goals that you're evaluating your direct reports on, so it's systematic through the entire city and works really well. And it just makes it easier for us, and everything's more clear, right? People have a clear goal, it's a lot easier to achieve it, right? And the communication along the way to enforce all of these and reinforce all these goals is critical too, but I believe that'll happen. Thank you. It was good.
The one thing, there's a comment that, where's your bowl of candy?
I know. Don't dock your points on that one.
Was it on community development
I
or?
thought Dan was gonna go get it when he came back after he unlocked the house.
Yeah, the engagement, the community engagement, you know?
We're the community.
Did he come back on, did he come on Zoom? Or,
No.
Did not.
He did not.
He was just done with this meeting, I
Yeah,
guess.
but thank you to you and staff in pulling all of this together. To Councilmember Keeley's point, we talk about it for a year and a half, and then we say at the all-day work session, well, give us 3 things that we can measure. And you come back and you say, yeah, they're the right measurables.
Yeah.
And the thing is, it was good. You choose the measurables, not us. And you guys did, so, good. Please extend our deepest appreciation to the leadership staff and all of the things that you guys did.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. With that, we're moving to our roundtable, right? There's nothing on roundtable, so the reports. So, Councilmember Keeley, you want to go?
Sure. We had an STA board meeting yesterday. MVest revenue continues strong. It has throughout COVID, and that's a major piece of public transit funding for MBTA and the other opt-out suburban transit providers. Southwest had reported that they received a grant for 2 of their prime on-demand buses. That's the equivalent to MBTA's MBTA Connect, which is an on-demand bus, much like an Uber app-based service. And by the way, touching on that, MBTA has now expanded that MBTA Connect to go from Savage all the way to Rosemont, and Luther and his staff are working on expanding it into Egan, which is the final area of MBTA coverage that we haven't been able to get to yet, and working on funding and grants and equipment, et cetera, drivers, but very excited. I'm very, and I have been very big on that on-demand app-based type of service, and I think it's really, I made a comment in our partnership meeting the other day that I believe it's 10 years from now, it's going to be a large piece of what MBTA and other suburban transit providers provide. One note, a comment came out in our STA meeting that Met Transit has actually looked at and rejected this on-demand app-based type of service within their territory. Now, granted, in the inner city, you have a lot more, there's a higher concentration of buses going north, south, east, west, a lot. But they're not covering the entire city, point A to point B. So point-to-point service is really what people are looking for. And I think Metro Transit will need to have a little bit more open mind in the future to that type of service, because it is growing for Eden Prairie, Southwest, and us quite dramatically. Our service is $3 one way. I think I was told Eden Prairie's Prime on Demand is still at $4. We started out at $4 and dropped it to $3 in hopes that we could encourage the growth, and it continues to grow month over month on a consistent basis. Let's see, a couple just things. Transit ridership in general for all opt-outs remains at about 85 to 90% down for express into downtowns. That's not going to change much until major employers and the executive orders obviously allow things to open back up. But most all of the providers, along with MBTA, are off just about 30%. So local service, getting to my point on that MBTA Connect, local service has remained very strong throughout the pandemic. We did get some very good news. I'll close out this with. There's a funding model called, under a bill, I referred to as the 5307 model, and that's how transit services receive funding through an allocation from the state. Met Council received CARES Act money 1 and did use the 5307. When CARES Act 2 and 3 money came around, they were actually talking about doing it based on need, financial need. So a couple factors to note. Number one, the suburban transit providers have done a very good job, including MBTA, of maintaining some decent reserves. And when the pandemic came around, we all made major cuts. We furloughed employees, we cut. I was not aware of this, but Metro Transit did not. They have kept every single person employed and haven't cut. And so that the Met Council deciding to take some CARES Act 2 and 3 money and allocate it based on need would have rewarded poor management, in my opinion, on their part, and penalized the suburban transit providers by being responsible and reacting to the pandemic's impact on the business and holding some reserves. So we did put some pressure on transit. It was very clear we wanted them to use the 5307 model. And we actually, some of our friends in suburban transit, Representative Masson and Senator Osmet, included that in some bills, that language, that it would be 5307. And we were notified very quickly by the Met Transit that they will be, in fact, using the 5307 to allocate those funds. So guaranteeing that suburban transit providers will get their fair share of the CARES Act 2 and 3 and the American Rescue Plan funds when that comes out. So just a little note on how we fight for money now and then, or have to fight. TAB, the meeting is tomorrow, I believe, or next week, one or the other. I think it's next week, actually. Our last meeting, there's another brewing battle related to funding. A couple years ago, we went through the regional solicitation, and Met Council, Met Transit had fought and achieved carving out $25 million from the $32 million potential funds for Met Transit, leaving only $7 million for the 4 opt-outs, Plymouth, Maple Grove, Southwest, and MBTA, to battle for projects and funding. So that was through that 2-year cycle. We're ending that 2-year cycle. We're starting the regional solicitation process again with another pot of money. And so the challenge that I have representing the STA, including MBTA, as the largest of the opt-outs and the second largest transit provider in the state of Minnesota, by the way, MBTA is very large, is to have some discussions to change that $25 million carve-out to reduce it, so the opt-out providers like MBTA have a chance at some piece of that 32 million pot rather than only 7 million that's remaining. So another story of how we have to fight to maintain our funding and support and respect from our friends at the Capitol. There's a lot going on in the transit industry right now. I did forward you, everyone, an email from the National League of Cities, Brittany, who runs the TIS, about the funding that is coming out for transit, a bigger pot of money to fund fund transit and transportation. So a lot of good news coming in the way of transportation and getting it funded properly. We
That bill
certainly
just
appreciate
has
that.
to pass.
Yes, the bill has to pass. Just because it's being introduced doesn't mean it's gonna survive all the votes, but it's heading in the right direction. And I think that if there's one thing that transcends ideological boundaries, transportation is looked at as an economic development tool. It's looked at as a necessity, it's a utility. There's a lot of different reasons why a lot of people can rally around transportation, where other issues might get caught up in those political lines, call it. So, I-35 Solutions, I was very happy to have our esteemed city manager, Miss Melanie Lee, attend at our last meeting and got to sit through almost everything. I think she had a hard cutoff. But lot of transportation products, and she was attending because of the Highway 13 corridor, which we were exposed to tonight, and then some projects in I-35 that affect us on Cliff and Burnsville Parkway and Bridge, and lots of transportation attention. So I would say Burnsville got the lion's share of the attention at this I-35 Solutions meeting on April 8th. It was last week. It was all about Burnsville and I-35 interchanges and the split from here to here, from the split to Cliff, and all these plans. So we're getting some investment dollars in transportation in the city of Burnsville from MnDOT and of course the county, as you saw earlier. So we appreciate all the attention, and I thank the group for all that. Lots of traffic mitigation things, which at a time like this, pandemic, sort of not post-pandemic, but waning pandemic impact, right? Traffic is definitely increasing. Rush hour is becoming a little busier than it was 6 or 8 months ago. But it still is difficult to think on one hand that we have this dramatic change in consumer behavior and traffic patterns, and yet the machinery of all of these transportation needs is going to continue forward, because most conventional wisdom is things are going to return to close to normal. Mm-hmm. No one really knows just how close to normal we'll get. Yeah. Will express service return to 90% of pre-pandemic, 60 or 70 or 80%, 50%? There's theories thrown out all over the board. I can tell you though that, and I mentioned this when I was doing the interview for our State of the City, and I think it hit the cutting room floor because there was time factor, but I was answering all her questions, that there was a survey that MBTA did of our ridership, and 90% of the people fully expected to be using public transit provided by MBTA when the pandemic was over, that they fully expected that they would be returning to their employer, to their office. And so there's strong expectation that express service will return, but to what degree we don't know. Part of the reason that 90% is so high, because we've heard anecdotal stories of some people saying, I'm only gonna go 2 days a week. I used to go 5, I'm gonna go 2 or 3. Is our survey is from folks who have 0 cars in their household, or 1 car and 2 working or more. And so there's a shared vehicle, so they really depend on public transit to get to their job. And so we do expect that express service will come back like I said, anyone's guess if it's gonna go 100% or some factor less than that. I'm just gonna say something quick on the drones. I was on a call, as we mentioned earlier, the TIS Urban Integration Subcommittee had a presentation from a technology company that writes software to manage all of the air traffic. That's not managed by FAA, sort of. I mean, it's off the ground, but it's not in the airplane, so that space in between. Very interesting call. The city of Ontario, California, or Toronto, California, sorry. No, Ontario, I got the right one, the right Canadian city, correct. Ontario, California has been involved in a plan. They've bought the software, they've been running some tests, they have some plans, and Detroit, and both of them gave a presentation. Detroit was really impressive because what I saw was that highway that I showed you from Detroit to, what is the city where the big college is there? It's escaping my head right now.
Lansing?
No. Ann Arbor. Ann Arbor. Yes. So from Detroit to Ann Arbor, on that interstate, they are planning these inside
Corridors.
2 lanes to be for all autonomous vehicles with a barrier. So they will be segregated from the motor traffic, sounds strange, but human-driven motor traffic, right? All of those, and then the airspace above those 2 lanes is for the drone traffic, the commercial drone traffic of delivery and whatnot.
Yeah.
And so they had a conceptual drawing that I took a screenshot of what that would look like. But that was an interesting idea and concept, and they really believed the foundation of their philosophy in their approach to autonomous vehicle and unmanned aircraft is that they will share the same space because they will all be talking to one another. Autonomous vehicles will be talking to one another, connected vehicles, and the drones as well. So, for me, of all the presentations that I've sat through, it's sort of put into focus this aerial roadway, right? On the ground, we have our paved roads. And we may have some paved roads for autonomous vehicles, but we have to think about it. The air above that is in effect an aerial pathway for this commercial drone traffic to travel, because you don't want them just going all over the place in all different directions. There needs to be some structure and flight patterns that are approved by the FAA for all this to go. So it is off into the future, but it's for us, maybe, it's already happening in some of these larger cities and some of the test cities that have put themselves up. There's one in Virginia that we learned about last month that has had for the since last summer, a drone pilot program delivering medications, lunch, snack bars, whatever it might be. And so it is happening in other places around the world, and many of those regulatory requirements and guidances involving all kinds of things, law enforcement, jurisdictional boundaries, flight patterns, have all been pretty much worked out over the last several years. And so we're gonna see things begin to move forward over the next year or two. Drone traffic, commercial use of drone traffic by UPS, FedEx, or whatever it is, or even fast food restaurants, or these delivery services will become more of a thing, and we'll start to see that show up in our community before we know it. So anyway, very exciting and very interesting and engaging. I'm thrilled to be, I was invited to be a part of the World Economic Forum's Unmanned Aircraft Subcommittee. I've been on one call. I was thrilled. The coordinator from the World Economic Forum grew up in Minnesota here locally, lives in San Francisco now, and just had some kind words for Minnesota and really welcomed me to the group. And then the state of Minnesota, MnDOT, the presenter who our city manager, Melanie Lee, connected me with, is inviting her to come speak to the council about drone. She has invited me to a working group at the state level, so really, really excited. All of these things are sort of coming together, and there's a lot of knowledge, there's a lot of information being thrown around. It's quite diverse. I mean, there is a lot of companies doing a lot of different things, and so kind of getting my arms around it to understand who the players are, how it's all gonna work, how it interacts with the FAA, the regulatory requirements going along with it, is very interesting and very engaging for me. As a kind of a tech junkie, I'm really in my element by being involved in this drone-related stuff, so I appreciate that.
Well,
And then, let's see, what's
just
the other thing?
tells you that we have to prepare for the future.
We do.
And that
we
means
do.
that we have to all work together, because this, what you're talking about, is also part of the jobs plan, because you're talking about infrastructure.
Yep.
And just as BJ and Ryan will tell you about infrastructure under the ground, top the ground, and now you're gonna have
Yep.
an airspace that's
Yes.
not
Right.
related to aircrafts.
It's just
that
off the
fly-
ground, but it's
just
not
off
that
the-
high.
Yeah.
Right.
So you're looking at all kinds of infrastructure, and the jobs plan is comprehensive because they also speak about broadband, which is 21st century highway, and it's a global highway, it's not just centric,
Agreed.
country-centric.
The Burnsville Chamber of Commerce Public Policy Committee, there's a meeting coming up. And so last meeting or so, it's been a general, I provide a city update, and obviously, most of the conversation is related to legislative-related initiatives and, of course, COVID-related. So nothing specific to report there. I did have a pretty big update for them based on everything that we've been doing. We've been doing a ton. In the last 6 months, I think we've churned through and more work in a 6-month period than I remember ever on this council. So staff has been working their tail off, and we've been
We have
here
a great
lot and
staff.
a lot of meetings to process all this. But all great work. Thank you.
Okay. So Councilmember Gustafson is watching us on 8:59, and he texted me to tell me, so I'm reporting, he has nothing to report. Councilmember Workman.
Mine is probably going to be very brief. We had a fire muster meeting. Things are moving forward. We are going to be doing some rearrangement of the grounds this year to accommodate for social distancing. I kind of wish Councilmember Gustafson would have come back, because they scheduled a concert the Monday on the week of the fire muster, and I wanted to razz him a little bit about that, but I'll do that another time. We meet our Savage Burnsville joint meeting this week.
Yep,
And I would like to congratulate our city manager for being nominated as the president of Metro Cities at the annual meeting this Thursday, April 15th.
They still have to vote, council member. They still have to vote.
Well, I said nominated, so we'll see what happens,
We're gonna
but
be.
I think you
zooming in
got it.
Speech.
Yeah.
So get your big
Congratulations.
speech ready.
Congratulations.
And that's all I have.
Okay, the Regional Council of Mayors, we had a report on global change, and that was put together by a gentleman who works for the Science Museum of Minnesota, and Patrick Hamilton. And so that was very comprehensive, and it has to do with how we humans affect change and the environment and our planet. I will be happy to send all of you his slides because it's very comprehensive. So, and then Metro Cities, that's coming up. Our Municipal Legislative Commission, that's coming up also. Burnsville Community Foundation, working on winter lighting. So we're, finishing up the homage. And so we're in fundraising mode. And then the International Festival Committee, they're still looking at probably a hybrid model rather than having the festival. Some people are still concerned
What's the date of the International
because
Festival?
it's in July. So we should
Got
be.
a lot of time to get everyone vaccinated by then.
Yeah, so we'll see. And with that, because our Savage meeting is on Thursday, And Metro City's policy starts in June, July.
June, July, August,
Yeah.
or July, August,
Yeah.
September.
So that's what I have. Melanie, do you have anything else?
I want to wish Councilmember Workman a happy birthday.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's right. Happy birthday. We kept you. Oh, my God, this is not good.
Don't
It's
worry
your
about me,
birthday.
no one else does.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Now you can go home and enjoy it with, kids will be in bed, right? So-
Don't think anybody's awake at my house right now, so.
Yeah. Michelle, Greg, anything? With that, we stand adjourned by acclamation. Thank you, everybody. Great work, Melanie and staff. Thank you.
Barn burner.
Yeah.